Adoniram Judson. A portrait of his life by his son, Edward Judson. Originally published in 1894. Dedicated to the children of missionaries who have unwillingly inherited the sufferings and rewards of their parents, this book is lovingly dedicated by one of them. Note from Scroll Reader: this edition, originally published in 1894, is the most concise version of Judson's biography we could find that is currently in the public domain. The original 2-volume Memoirs by Francis Wayland was later expanded by Judson's son, Edward Judson. Years later, Edward condensed that expanded version into this single volume. Preface. In these pages, I want to give a clear and connected account of my father's life, a life that can truly be called the foundation of the American foreign missionary movement. To do this, I have mostly rewritten the memoir I first prepared 10 years ago, aiming to better serve the needs of today's younger Christians. I have also freely used the personal recollections shared by Mrs. Emily C. Judson in Dr. Wayland's excellent and detailed memoir, which is now out of print. The American Baptist Missionary Union has a valuable collection of journals, letters, and other records, which I have carefully studied. I am deeply thankful that these documents were saved and not lost in the recent fire at Tremont Temple, as I had once thought when this book was first published. Chapter 1. Early years, 1788 to 1809. A traveler visiting Malden, Massachusetts, one of Boston's scenic suburban towns, may see a marble tablet in the Baptist Meeting House with this inscription: "In memory of Reverend Adoniram Judson, born August 9, 1788, died April 12, 1850. Malden, his birthplace, the ocean, his grave, converted Burmese people and the Burmese Bible, his monument, his record is in heaven." The old wooden house nestled among the trees is still shown as the birthplace of Adoniram Judson. His father, also named Adoniram, was a Congregational minister born in Woodbury, Connecticut, in June 1752. He married Abigail Brown of Tiverton, Rhode Island, on November 23, 1786. Shortly after their marriage, they settled in Malden, Massachusetts, where their first son, Adoniram, was born. The boy was unusually gifted and learned to read at just 3 years old. While his father was away on a trip, his mother decided to teach him to read, hoping to surprise her husband when he returned. She succeeded so well that when his father came home, young Adoniram greeted him by reading an entire chapter from the Bible. His love for his father was mixed with deep respect and fear, for the elder Adoniram was a strict and stern man at home. He had an impressive presence, being taller than most. His white hair, upright posture, serious speech, quiet nature, and the respect he held in society made people unsure whether to think of him as a Hebrew patriarch or a Roman judge. Throughout his life, he was known as a man of unshakable honesty and steady Christian character. It was likely the influence of such a father that gave Mr. Judson the polite dignity he showed in social settings and the formal style seen even in his personal letters. The family lived in Maiden until Adoniram was about 4.5 years old. During that time, his sister, Abigail Brown Judson, was born. She became his childhood companion and lifelong confidant. She recently passed away in Plymouth, Massachusetts, at the age of 95. She remembered her parents saying that when her brother was only 4 years old, he would gather the neighborhood children to play church, acting as the minister. Even then, his favorite hymn was the one that begins, "Go preach my gospel, saith the Lord." In January 1793, the family moved to Wenham, Massachusetts, a village about 20 miles northeast of Boston, where Adoniram lived until he was 12. There, his brother Elnathan was born on May 28, 1794, and later became a surgeon in the United States Navy. When Adoniram was 8, his sister Mary was born but sadly died 6 months later. This first encounter with death must have been a significant moment in his young life. When Adoniram was about 7, after learning that the earth is a sphere and revolves around the sun, he began to wonder seriously whether the sun moved at all. He could have asked his parents for the answer, but that would have ended his enjoyable thinking on the matter, and it likely never crossed his mind to ask. He only consulted his little sister, who said the sun did move because she could see it. but he had already learned to question what his eyes told him, and he spoke so confidently about needing real proof that she was left surprised and speechless. Not long after, he disappeared around midday, and when he hadn't been seen for hours, his father grew worried and went looking for him. He found Adoniram in a field, lying on his back with his hat, which had a hole cut in the top, placed over his face. His eyes were swollen and nearly blinded by the bright light and heat. To his father, he simply said he was looking at the sun. Later, he told his sister that he had solved the question about whether the sun moved, though she never understood how he figured it out. He was known among his friends for his sharp mind in solving charades and riddles, and he kept many of them memorized to challenge his schoolmates. One day, he found a riddle in a newspaper, boldly presented with a challenge to solve it. Confident that he had guessed riddles as hard as that, he didn't rest until he found a good answer. He carefully copied it in neat handwriting, addressed it to the editor, and, telling only his sister, took it to the post office. However, the postmaster thought it was just a prank by the minister's son and gave the letter to his father. The boy's shock and embarrassment can be imagined when the letter appeared on the table after tea. "Is that yours, Adoniram?" "Yes, sir. How did you come to write it?" Silence. "What is it about?" Hesitantly. "Please read it, father." "I do not read other people's letters. Break the seal and read it yourself." Adoniram opened the letter and quietly read it aloud, then handed it to his father. His father read it, asked for the newspaper that contained the riddle, and after reading both several times, placed them on the table, folded his hands on his knees, and stared into the fire. Adoniram stood by, wondering if he would be scolded or praised for his cleverness. But his father said nothing more, changed the subject, and the letter was never mentioned again. The next morning, his father told him seriously that he had bought him a book of riddles, a simple one for now, but once he solved them all, he would be given harder books. "You are a very sharp boy, Adoniram," his father said, patting him on the head with unusual affection. "I expect you to become a great man." Adoniram eagerly took the book of riddles, but was surprised and a bit disappointed to find it was actually the arithmetic book used by the older boys at Master Dodge's school. Still, his father had praised him, and if arithmetic held puzzles, he was sure he would enjoy it. So he began his studies with enthusiasm. Before he turned 10, he had already gained a strong reputation as a good student, especially in arithmetic. A gentleman from the nearby town of Beverly sent him a difficult problem, offering $1 for the solution. Adoniram immediately shut himself in his room. The reward was appealing, but more importantly, his reputation was on the line. On the second morning, he was called away from his work to entertain his little brother, who was sick. He went without complaint, knowing his parents' authority was not to be questioned. His task was to build a cob house. He worked slowly, laying a strong foundation, seeming hesitant. Then suddenly, he shouted, "That's it! I've got it!" He knocked over the half-built house and rushed back to his room to write down the answer. The problem was solved, the $1 earned, and his reputation secured. At 10 years old, he began taking navigation lessons from Captain Morton, where he made clear progress. In grammar school, he became known for his skill in Greek. His classmates nicknamed him Virgil, or because of his unusual hat and studious ways, Old Virgil dug up. As a boy, he was lively, confident, and full of enthusiasm. Active and energetic, but more interested in books than in play. His sister remembered well his affectionate care for her and his kindness to animals. He loved reading whatever he could find. Since there were no children's books at the time, he switched between his father's theological books and novels by Richardson and Fielding, or plays by Ben Jonson, which he borrowed from neighbors. His father likely didn't approve of such novels and plays, but since he had raised Adoniram to be independent, he left him free in his spare time. Seeing how eagerly his son read serious books, it probably never occurred to him that Adoniram would be interested in fiction. Before he turned 12, Adoniram often heard visitors discussing a new commentary on the Book of Revelation, calling it a work of great interest. Revelation was his favorite book in the Bible, and he had already searched his father's few commentaries without finding much explanation. The new book was owned by a stern and intimidating man nearby. After struggling with his shyness, Adoniram finally gathered the courage to ask to borrow it, but was coldly refused. Deeply hurt and disappointed, he told his father, expecting little sympathy. But his father responded with indignation, saying, "Not lend it to you. I wish he could understand it half as well. You shall have books, Adoniram, just as many as you can read, and I'll go to Boston myself to get them." He kept his promise, though the book on Revelation, perhaps wisely, was not among them. In 1800, the family moved to Braintree, Massachusetts, and 2 years later, when Adoniram was 14, they settled in the historic town of Plymouth. In 1804, he entered Rhode Island College, now Brown University, a year ahead of schedule. During his college years, he was a diligent student, and in 1807, at 19, he graduated as valedictorian of his class, despite being absent for 6 weeks of his senior year to teach school in Plymouth. He was driven to excel, and a classmate recalled never seeing him fail or even hesitate during recitations. He had a strong competitor in his friend Bailey, which likely fueled his ambition even more. When he received the top honor for the commencement exercises, he was overjoyed. He rushed to his room and wrote, "Dear Father, I have got it. Your affectionate son, A.J." He then took a longer route to the post office to calm his racing heart and to compose himself before facing his classmates, especially his rival. In the fall of 1807, Judson opened a private academy in Plymouth, which he taught for nearly a year. During this time, he also published 2 textbooks, The Elements of English Grammar and The Young Lady's Arithmetic. However, the most significant event of this period was his conversion. When he was about 14, Adoniram's studies were interrupted by a serious illness that left him extremely weak, and for a long time his recovery was uncertain. It took more than a year before he could return to his usual activities. Before this, he had been too busy to spend much time thinking deeply, but once the worst of the illness passed, he spent many long days and nights reflecting on his future. His dreams were wildly ambitious. One moment he imagined himself an orator, then a poet, then a statesman. Whatever role he pictured, he always saw himself reaching the highest level of fame and success. But soon, a troubling thought began to overshadow all his daydreams. What if he did reach the greatest heights possible for a human? What then? Could he keep his fame and honors forever? The heroes of past ages had long since turned to dust. What good did it do them that the world still spoke their names? What would it matter to him, 100 years after his death, if America had never known his equal? He understood why Alexander the Great wept after conquering so much. He was sure he would have done the same. At times he became frightened by the pride and ambition in his thoughts, and tried to reassure himself that it was only the fever affecting his mind. One day, his thoughts turned toward religious life. Becoming a great preacher seemed respectable, though he still preferred something more dazzling. Without realizing it, he began comparing the famous preacher, striving for the same temporary rewards as other great men, with the humble minister who served only to please God and help others. There was, he thought, a certain greatness in that. Surely the world must be wrong if such a selfless man wasn't seen as a hero. But then, he reasoned, the faithful minister did have a lasting reputation. His praise would go before him into the next world, and that was the only fame worth having, the kind that conquered the grave. Suddenly, as he congratulated himself for this noble line of thinking, the words flashed through his mind, not unto us, but to thy name be the glory. He was shaken. He hadn't really imagined himself becoming that kind of humble servant. It didn't appeal to him enough for that. But he realized he had wandered onto dangerous ground. Feelings he had never faced before now overwhelmed him. He had always said and thought that he wanted to be truly religious. But now, seeing how completely religion opposed his ambitious dreams, he was afraid to examine his heart too closely. He didn't want to admit, even to himself, that he didn't truly want to become a Christian. He clearly saw how empty worldly success was, and was even willing to admit that religious pursuits were better. But his father had often told him he would one day be a great man, and he was determined to make that come true. At this time, French infidelity was spreading rapidly across the country, and questioning religion was seen as a mark of intelligence and independence. Young Judson was not untouched by this influence. In the class above him was a young man named Edward, who was kind, talented, witty, charming in both appearance and manners, but a committed deist. A strong friendship grew between them, based on shared interests and ideas, and before long, Judson, at least outwardly, embraced unbelief as fully as his friend. They often discussed possible careers, at one point considering law for its opportunities in politics, and at another talking about their talents for drama and the idea of writing plays. After finishing his school in Plymouth, Judson set out on a tour through the northern states. After visiting parts of New England, he left the horse his father had given him with an uncle in Sheffield, Connecticut, and traveled to Albany to see Robert Fulton's newly invented steamboat. The steamer was about to make its second trip to New York, and he eagerly took passage on it. The beauty and grandeur of the Hudson River, still largely unrecognized at that time, made a deep and lasting impression on his adventurous spirit. Even in his final illness, he spoke of it with youthful enthusiasm. People often mistook his name for Johnson, and he decided that in these new surroundings he might as well adopt the name to explore the world more freely. Without ever clearly stating or writing it, he became Mr. Johnson. Soon after arriving in New York, he managed to attach himself to a theatrical company, not with plans to act, but to learn about the theatre in case he pursued his literary ambitions, and partly out of curiosity and a desire for adventure. Before leaving on his journey, Judson had shared his infidel beliefs with his father, who responded with the harshness expected from a strong-minded man who had never doubted his faith, and from a father who, after many sacrifices for the son he loved and admired, now saw him rushing toward spiritual ruin. His mother was equally heartbroken. She wept, prayed, and pleaded with him. Though Judson knew he could out-argue his father, he had no defense against his mother's tears and warnings. They stayed with him wherever he went. He was fully aware that he was standing on the edge of a life he inwardly despised. He wouldn't have wished such a path for his younger brother under any circumstances. But he reassured himself, thinking, "I'm not in danger. I'm just seeing the world, both its dark and bright sides. I have too much self-respect to do anything low or immoral." After exploring New York, he returned to Sheffield to retrieve his horse, planning to continue his travels westward. His uncle, Reverend Ephraim Judson, was away, and in his place was a deeply pious young man. His conversation was marked by sincere godliness and a quiet, heartfelt earnestness that spoke directly to Judson's soul. When Judson left, he carried with him a lasting impression from that encounter. The next night, Judson stopped at a country inn. As the landlord showed him to his room, he mentioned that he had placed him next to a young man who was very ill, likely dying, but hoped it wouldn't trouble him. Judson replied confidently that, aside from feeling pity for the sick man, it wouldn't affect him at all. But the night proved restless. He could hear movements from the next room, the sounds of people watching over the sick man, and at times the groans of the sufferer. Yet it wasn't the noise that disturbed him. He kept thinking about what the landlord had said. The man was probably dying. Was he ready to die? Alone in the dark, Judson felt a wave of shame at even asking himself such a question. It revealed how shallow his so-called philosophy really was. What would his friends say about this weakness? What would the sharp-minded, witty Edward think of such childish fear? Still, his mind kept returning to the dying man. Was he a Christian, facing death with calm hope? Or was he terrified, staring into a dark and unknown eternity? Perhaps he was a free thinker, raised by Christian parents, prayed over by a Christian mother, just like Judson himself. The landlord had said the man was young, and despite his efforts, Judson couldn't help imagining himself lying on that deathbed. When morning finally came, the sunlight seemed to chase away what he called his superstitious illusions. As soon as he dressed, he found the landlord and asked about the sick man.
"He is dead,"
came the reply.
"Dead?"
Judson echoed.
"Yes, he's gone. Poor fellow. The doctor said he likely wouldn't make it through the night."
"Do you know who he was?"
Judson asked.
Oh, yes, a young man from Rhode Island College. A very fine fellow. His name was Edward.
Judson was stunned. Hours passed in a blur before he tried to continue his journey, but his mind was filled with a single haunting thought. The words dead, lost, lost, echoed in his ears. He knew now, beyond doubt, that the Bible's teachings were true. He felt their truth, and it left him in despair. In this state, he gave up his plans for travel and turned his horse toward Plymouth. He arrived in Plymouth on September 22, 1808, and in October entered the Theological Institution at Andover, a year ahead of schedule. Since he was neither a professing Christian nor a candidate for ministry at the time, he was admitted only by special permission. On December 2, 1808, he made a solemn dedication of himself to God, and on May 28, 1809, at the age of 21, he joined the Third Congregational Church in Plymouth. His conversion naturally led to his commitment to the Christian ministry. Chapter 2. Consecration to Missionary Life, 1809 to 1812. In September 1809, at 21 years old, Judson began seriously considering the call to foreign missions. He had just completed his first year at Andover, with 1 year left in his theological studies. Around this time, he came across a sermon preached by Dr. Claudius Buchanan in Bristol, England, titled The Star in the East, based on Matthew chapter 2, verse 2, "For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him." The sermon spoke of the power of the Christian gospel in the East, highlighting the progress of Christianity in India and the work of the German missionary Schwartz. This message ignited a fire in Judson's heart. 6 months later, in February 1810, he made his final decision to become a missionary to the heathen. This resolve was strengthened by his association with other young men who shared the same calling. His first missionary companion was Samuel Nott, Jr., who joined the seminary in early 1810 and was already considering a life devoted to spreading the gospel. Around the same time, 4 students from Williams College, Samuel J. Mills, Jr., James Richards, Luther Rice, and Gordon Hall, also arrived at Andover. These young men had formed a missionary society while in college and often met under a haystack near the campus to pray for the world's conversion. The spot where the haystack monument now stands in Williamstown marks where these students dedicated themselves to foreign missions. This quiet place in the Berkshire Hills became known as the birthplace of American foreign missions. Just as great scientific discoveries often arise at the same time in the minds of distant, independent thinkers, sometimes leading to disputes over who was first, the powerful idea of evangelizing the heathen seemed to fill the air, stirring the hearts of young men across different places almost simultaneously. Christian society was like a field, already plowed and sown, holding within it the power to grow. Judson and his companions were like the first green shoots breaking through the soil, promising that many more would soon follow. Through long reflection, prayer, and fellowship with others who shared his passion, Judson's thought of dedicating himself to foreign missions became a firm and unshakable purpose. Many obstacles stood in his way. He wasn't choosing to go to the heathen because he lacked opportunities at home. He had been offered a tutor's position at Brown University, which he declined. Reverend Dr. Griffin had even proposed that he become his colleague in the largest church in Boston. His mother, hopeful, said, "And you will be so near home." But Judson replied, "No, I shall never live in Boston. I have much farther than that to go." His decision crushed his father's proud ambitions for him, and his mother and sister wept many tears of sorrow. Judson's call to foreign missions was not born out of necessity or rejection. He was wanted and valued at home, but he was compelled by a different purpose. But what steps did Judson and his young companions take to carry out their noble purpose? At that time, there was no foreign missionary society in America to which they could offer their services or rely on for support in the mission field. The Massachusetts Missionary Society, founded in 1799, existed to spread missionary zeal among congregational churches and to send the gospel to Native Americans and settlers in the western frontier. However, this society had not yet ventured into foreign missions. With no American organization to turn to, Judson and his friends considered offering themselves to the London Missionary Society. Judson wrote to Dr. Bogue, the respected head of the seminary at Gosport, England, where London missionaries were trained, expressing their desire to serve. While waiting for a reply, they shared their intentions with their seminary professors and several influential ministers nearby. These leaders gathered for discussion at Professor Stewart's home in Andover on Monday, June 25, 1810. After careful consideration, these wise and cautious men advised the students to present their case to the General Association, a body representing all the congregational churches in Massachusetts, which was scheduled to meet in Bradford the following day. The actions of these students led to the formation of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, a society that would become well known and deeply respected as the missionary arm of the Congregational Church in America, and indeed the mother of all American foreign missionary societies. The 9 men who first formed this board doubted their ability to fully support missionaries overseas. They feared that the missionary spirit within New England churches was not yet strong enough to sustain such a large undertaking. Naturally, they looked to their brethren in England, represented by the London Missionary Society, for help and partnership. They decided to send Mr. Judson to England to see if such cooperation would be welcomed. The leaders of the London Missionary Society received Judson warmly and kindly, but they did not believe a joint mission effort was practical. They were willing to accept Judson and his companions as their own missionaries, but they weren't prepared to share leadership of the missions with the American board. They wisely felt that American Christians were capable of supporting their own missionaries without depending on England. Judson sailed for England on January 11, 1811, aboard the Packet. During the voyage, the ship was captured by a French privateer, and Judson was detained and imprisoned in France. After months of delay, he reached London on May 6th. On June 18th, he boarded the ship Augustus at Gravesend, bound for New York, where he arrived on August 17th. Soon after Mr. Judson returned to America, on September 18th, 1811, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions met in Worcester, Massachusetts. They advised Judson and his companions not to place themselves under the direction of the London Missionary Society. Instead, they voted to appoint Adoniram Judson, Jr., Samuel Knott, Jr., Samuel Newell, and Gordon Hall as missionaries to serve under the board's direction in Asia, whether in the Burman Empire, Surat, Prince of Wales Island, or wherever Providence opened the best opportunity. With this decision, the path was cleared for Judson to fulfill his deep desire to carry the gospel to the heathen. But Judson would not go alone. He was already engaged to Miss Anne Hasseltine. They had first met in June 1810, when the General Association met in Bradford, and Judson, along with his fellow students, humbly presented their missionary ambitions. It is said that during the sessions, the ministers gathered for a meal at the home of Mr. Hasseltine. Anne, his youngest daughter, was serving at the table. She noticed the young student whose daring missionary plans were the talk of the gathering. To her surprise, he seemed entirely focused on his plate. Little did she know that he had already fallen under her charm and was, at that very moment, composing a verse in her honor. Anne Hasseltine was born in Bradford on December 22, 1789, making her about a year younger than Judson. Her parents were John and Rebecca Hasseltine. Anne had a passionate, energetic, and restless nature, so much so that her mother once warned her, "I hope, my daughter, you will one day be satisfied with rambling." She was educated at Bradford Academy and was known for her beauty, lively spirit, and love of society. Her playful and spirited nature often outshone her companions, who sometimes feared her bright flame would burn out too soon. At 16, Anne was converted and devoted herself, with all her natural zeal, to the Christian life. She spent several years teaching in Salem, Haverhill, and Newbury, always striving to lead her students to Christ. Her decision to become a foreign missionary required great courage, as no woman from America had ever gone to the heathen in such a role before. Public opinion was strongly against it, viewing the idea as reckless and romantic. One woman remarked to another, "I hear that Miss Hasseltine is going to India. Why is she going?" The reply came, "Because she believes it is her duty. Wouldn't you go if you thought it your duty?" To which the woman firmly answered, but I would not think it my duty. On February 5th, 1812, Adoniram Judson and Anne Hasseltine were married in Bradford. 2 days earlier, Judson had said his final farewell to his parents in Plymouth, with his brother Elnathan accompanying him to Boston. The journey was made on horseback, and at that time Elnathan was not yet a Christian. Along the way, the brothers dismounted, and beneath the trees by the roadside, Adoniram knelt and prayed earnestly for his younger brother's salvation. 4 days later they parted, never to meet again in this life. But that heartfelt prayer was answered, and years later, Adoniram learned that his beloved brother had become an heir of the kingdom of heaven. On February 6th, Judson was ordained in Salem by Reverend Doctors Spring, Worcester, Woods, Morse, and Griffin. The next day, he said goodbye to his younger sister, the close companion of his childhood. Then, on February 19th, he and Mrs. Judson, along with Mr. and Mrs. Newell, boarded the brig caravan under Captain Hurd, setting sail from Salem for Calcutta. Chapter 3. Voyage to Burma, 1812 to 1813. After the shores of America disappeared from view, nearly 4 months passed before Mr. Judson and his fellow missionaries saw land again. They had sailed around the Cape of Good Hope and finally saw the tall mountains of Golconda. Today, with the Suez Canal open and railroads crossing the American continent, a missionary going to India travels either through the Mediterranean or by way of San Francisco and Yokohama, and the journey takes only about 2 months. During the long voyage from America to India, Mr. Judson also went through a major change in his religious beliefs. He had been a Congregationalist minister, raised by Congregationalist parents, and sent by a Congregationalist mission board. His heart and loyalty were fully with that denomination, but on the way to Burma he became a Baptist. He began to study Baptist beliefs seriously, especially because he was about to establish a new Christian community among people who had never heard the gospel. When an adult from a non-Christian background accepts Christ in faith and love, it is natural to baptize him and welcome him formally into the church. But what about the children? Should they be baptized simply because their parents believe? This was a real, practical question. Mr. Judson also expected to meet the respected English Baptist missionaries, Carey, Marshman, and Ward, in India. He planned to start a Congregationalist church near these men and would need to explain the differences between their beliefs to the local people. He had a scholarly and logical mind, and he knew there might be debates between him and the Baptist missionaries. So he decided to prepare himself while still at sea, studying and getting ready to defend the practice of baptizing infants. During the long, quiet days at sea, Mr. Judson had plenty of time to think and study this important issue. After careful research and reflection, he reluctantly came to the conclusion that he had been wrong, and that the Baptists were right. While Baptists shared many basic Christian beliefs with other evangelical denominations, they held 2 distinct teachings: that baptism should come only after a personal confession of faith, and that baptism should be done by immersion. Judson became convinced that these beliefs were supported by the Bible. This decision was not easy. He had to let go of the traditions and beliefs he had held since childhood. He imagined the sorrow and disappointment his Christian friends in America would feel, especially his elderly parents. He realized this change would separate him from the close group of fellow students with whom he had started the great vision of American foreign missions. His wife, in all their discussions, supported infant baptism. He knew that their decision might leave them without support or even food in a foreign, non-Christian land. After all, it was unlikely the American board would continue to support a Baptist missionary, even if he still followed their instructions. He also had little reason to expect help from the Baptists in America, who were few in number, scattered, and often looked down on. How many long and anxious conversations he and his wife must have had together in their small cabin aboard the brig caravan. Judson may have asked himself, "Are these doctrines really so important? Could I not hold these beliefs privately and still remain part of the denomination I love and respect?" But the answer, for him, was no. If personal faith is required before baptism, then what biblical basis is there for baptizing infants who cannot yet believe? And if baptism is a symbol, then its form must matter. If faith must come first, and if baptism must be by immersion, then Judson had never truly been baptized. He knew baptism was something the Lord Jesus had clearly commanded, and that command alone was reason enough to obey. Judson was a man of action and conviction. He couldn't compromise between belief and obedience. His character was too firm, too committed to the truth as he understood it, to simply follow the crowd. The 4 missionaries reached Calcutta on June 17th and were warmly received by Dr. Carey. They were invited to visit the English Baptist community at Serampore, about 12 miles up the Hooghly River from Calcutta. There they waited for the other American missionaries, Mr. and Mrs. Knott and Mrs. Hall and Rice, who had sailed from Philadelphia on the Harmony and didn't arrive until August 8th. On September 6th, Mr. and Mrs. Judson were baptized in Calcutta by Reverend Mr. Ward. On November 1st, Mr. Rice, one of Judson's missionary colleagues who had sailed separately but had come to the same convictions, was also baptized. Dr. Carey remarked that Mr. Rice had once been considered the most firmly committed to infant baptism among them. Becoming Baptists was only the beginning of hardship for the missionaries. At that time, India was governed by the East India Company, which strongly opposed the presence of missionaries, especially American ones, since England and America were not on good terms. The British feared that if the Indian people saw their own religious traditions being attacked by foreigners, they might rebel. Such a revolt, fueled by religious passion, could turn into a full-scale war. The people of the East often accepted oppression quietly, but they were quick to rise in defense of their religion. It was, after all, a religious issue, the greased cartridges, that sparked the Sepoy Rebellion. One British official even stated in the House of Lords that every missionary would have to be backed by a gunboat. Fearing political and religious upheaval, the government decided to stop the danger before it started. Mr. and Mrs. Judson and Mr. Rice were ordered to leave Serampore and report to Calcutta. When they arrived at the government office, they were told they must return immediately to America. They asked for permission to stay in another part of India, but this was denied. Then they asked if they could travel to the Isle of France, now Mauritius, and that request was granted. However, only one ship was sailing to that destination, and it had room for just 2 passengers. It was agreed that Mr. and Mrs. Newell would take that opportunity. Mr. and Mrs. Judson and Mr. Rice remained behind, waiting for another ship. 2 months later, they were officially ordered to board a company ship bound for England. Their names even appeared in the list of passengers. Just then, a ship called the Creole was about to sail to the Isle of France. They applied to the authorities for permission to board it, but were denied. They then asked the ship's captain if he would take them without a passport. With a good-natured reply, he said the ship was ready and they could come aboard if they wished. That night, they quietly boarded the Creole. But as the ship made its way down the Hooghly River toward the sea, a government dispatch caught up with it. The pilot was ordered to stop, as there were passengers aboard who had been commanded to return to England. Mr. and Mrs. Judson and Mr. Rice were put ashore on the riverbank and took shelter in a small inn, while the ship continued on without them. After 3 or 4 days, a letter arrived from Calcutta with the long-awaited passport to sail on the Creole. No one ever discovered who had secured it for them. But now they feared the ship had already left for sea. There was a chance, however, that it was still anchored at Sauga, 70 miles downriver. Without delay, they loaded their belongings into a boat and began rowing down the river. Though they had to struggle against the tide, they reached Sauga by the evening of the next day, and to their great relief, found the Creole still at anchor. "I never enjoyed a sweeter moment in my life," wrote Mrs. Judson, "than when I knew we were in sight of the Creole." After a 6-week voyage, they arrived at Port Louis on the Isle of France, now Mauritius, on January 17th, 1813. The Isle of France lies in the Indian Ocean, about 480 miles east of Madagascar. It is around 36 miles long and 32 wide. A few years earlier, it had been taken from the French by the British. During the wars between France and Britain, the island had served as a base for French privateers who attacked richly loaded English merchant ships on their way from England. Known as the setting of St. Pierre's tragic story, Paul and Virginia, the island also became a place of grief for the missionaries who arrived there. They soon learned of a heartbreaking loss. Mrs. Harriet Newell, The first American missionary to die overseas had just passed away after the rough voyage from Calcutta. She was buried in the unfamiliar soil of Mauritius, a young woman who, for the love of Christ and the salvation of souls, had left home and family only to find an early grave in a foreign land. She never regretted her decision to leave America. When her doctor told her she was near death, she raised her hands in joy and said, "Oh, glorious intelligence!" What a deep sense of sorrow must have filled the small band of missionaries, now that death had so quickly touched their group. On February 24th, Mr. Newell left for Ceylon, and on March 15th, Mr. Rice sailed for America to stir up missionary support among the Baptist churches. This left Meister and Mrs. Judson alone. They had to stay on the Isle of France for about 4 months. Though much of their time was spent in faithful ministry among the English soldiers stationed there, their hearts longed to reach the place God had called them. Mrs. Judson wrote, "Oh, when will my wanderings terminate? When shall I find some little spot that I can call my own?" The words her mother had spoken before she left were proving true. She was indeed tasting the full weight of a wandering life. It had been nearly 15 months since they had left America, yet despite all their travel and hardship, they felt no closer to a settled mission field than when they first began. Their destination still seemed like a mirage, always just out of reach. They decided to make another attempt to land on the coast of India. On May 7th, 1813, they boarded the ship Countess of Harcourt bound for Madras, planning eventually to start a mission on Pulo Penang, also known as Prince of Wales Island, located in the Straits of Malacca. This small island, with its good harbours and healthy climate, had recently been acquired by the British. Its small native population of Malays was growing quickly, with immigrants arriving from India, Burma, Siam, and China. They reached Madras on June 4th and were warmly welcomed by the English missionaries, Mr. and Mrs. Lovelace. But they knew they couldn't stay long, since Madras was under the authority of the East India Company, which still opposed their presence. Their arrival was quickly reported to the Governor-General, and they feared they would soon be forced back to England. There was no ship in the harbour heading to Pulo Penang. The only available vessel was bound for Rangoon, in Burma. They hesitated to leave the protection of the British flag and place themselves under the rule of a Burmese king, known for his harsh and cruel authority. But their choice was now between Rangoon and returning to America, and they chose Rangoon. On June 22nd, they boarded the Georgiana, a worn-out and fragile ship. The captain was the only person on board who could speak their language, and their living space was no more than a small area enclosed by canvas. The journey was long and difficult. Mrs. Judson became seriously ill, and her condition grew so grave that at one point her husband faced the terrible fear that he might lose the last companion left to him in all his wanderings. Around the same time, the ship failed to reach the Nicobar Islands, where it had planned to take on a cargo of coconuts. Instead, they were pushed into a dangerous strait between the Little and Great Andaman Islands, unknown waters to the captain, and surrounded by coastlines inhabited by people rumored to be hostile and even cannibalistic. Had they been forced ashore, they likely would have been killed. But one danger brought relief from another. This narrow and still channel, though frightening, provided calm waters that helped Mrs. Judson begin to recover. In the end, they were guided safely past jagged rocks that sometimes loomed just below the water. On the eastern side of the islands, they caught a gentle, favourable wind that carried them onward to Rangoon. Yet new hardships awaited them there. They had never before entered a place untouched by European influence, where nothing had been done to ease the roughness of native life. As they approached Rangoon, the scene before them was bleak and discouraging. Mr. Judson went ashore at dusk to look over the town and the old mission house, but everything he saw was dark, depressing, and hopeless. That evening, after returning to the ship, he and his wife agreed that it was the most sorrowful and disheartening night they had ever experienced. On July 13th, they finally arrived in Rangoon and took up residence in the English Baptist Mission House, which had been overseen by a son of Dr. Carey. This young man was away at the time, and soon after officially stepped down from the mission to enter the service of the Burmese government, leaving the work in the Judsons' care. When news reached America that Meister and Mrs. Judson and Mr. Rice, originally sent out as Congregational missionaries, had been baptized in Calcutta, Baptists across the country were overjoyed. In an instant, God had provided the Baptist denomination with 3 trained and committed missionaries, already active in the field. There was no time to waste. A group of respected Baptist ministers in Massachusetts gathered at the home of Dr. Baldwin in Boston and formed the Baptist Society for Propagating the Gospel in India and other foreign parts. Like the American board, their first instinct was to seek guidance and support from England. They proposed to the Baptist Missionary Society in London that Mr. Judson join the established team of Carey, Marshman, and Ward at Serampore, and that the Baptist churches in England and America work together in the cause of foreign missions. However, the English Baptists felt that such an arrangement would not be practical. Once again, the American Baptists were left to rely on their own strength and resources. When Mr. Rice returned to America, he traveled widely, sharing the powerful and inspiring story of the Judsons' missionary journey. His message stirred great enthusiasm, and missionary societies, similar to the one formed in Boston, began to appear throughout the middle and southern states. To bring unity and direction to this growing movement, it was decided that a general gathering should be held where all these groups could be represented. On May 18, 1814, delegates from Baptist churches and missionary societies across the nation met at the First Baptist Church in Philadelphia. They formed an organization called the General Missionary Convention of the Baptist denomination in the United States of America for foreign missions. The treasury began with $4,000 raised by the local societies, and it was estimated that a yearly income of $5,280 could be expected. It was truly a beginning marked by small resources and great faith. In 1845, Southern Baptists withdrew to form their own organization, the Southern Convention. In response, the Northern body adopted a new constitution and took on a new name, the American Baptist Missionary Union. By 1893, this organization was receiving over $500,000 in annual contributions. Though Mr. Judson's shift in denomination caused tension at the time, wise and thoughtful Christians of all backgrounds now agree that it brought great good. His decision led to the founding of a second missionary society. Where once there had been only one, now there were 2 strong, active forces for the spread of the gospel. That period became a turning point in history. The commitment of those devoted students at Andover resulted in the formation of 2 lasting missionary institutions: the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, representing the Congregationalists, and the American Baptist Missionary Union, representing the Baptists. Like a mountain ridge dividing the flow of waters, these 2 organizations became separate but powerful streams, carrying the message of Christ to the nations. Mr. Judson's life also marked the beginning of a remarkable period of growth for the Baptist denomination in America. In rallying to support him, the Baptists became aware of themselves as a united body. They reached that defining moment, so vital in the life of any person or group, when a passive existence gives way to the realization of identity and purpose. In the life of a social group, just as in the life of a child, the awakening of self-awareness is the start of real strength. In 1812, the American Baptists were weak and scattered, lacking unity and denominational spirit. But the call to foreign missions brought them together. It was like a glass of water cooled below freezing, but still liquid, until a small disturbance turns it instantly into solid ice. The Baptist denomination was in just such a fragile, unformed state. Mr. Judson's statement, "Should there be formed a Baptist society for the support of a mission in these parts, I should be ready to consider myself their missionary," became the spark that caused everything to solidify. Chapter 4. Burma and Buddhism. Burma is crossed by 3 rivers that run from north to south: the Irrawaddy, the Sitang, and the Salween. The Irrawaddy is the largest and can be navigated by steamers all the way to Pamo, which is 840 miles from the river's mouth. The country consists mainly of these 3 river valleys and the mountain ranges that rise between and beside them. The land in Asia slopes gently from the towering Himalayas southward toward the Bay of Bengal. Traveling northward from the coast, one first passes through wide rice fields, seasonally flooded by the maze of streams through which the Irrawaddy empties into the sea. Then come upland plains, followed by hilly terrain, and finally dense forests, steep mountains, and the grand mountain passes carved by the rivers. The southern part of Burma, much like Egypt, owes its rich farmland to yearly floods. An English officer described the scene.
Except for a few high knolls here and there, and a strip of elevated land at the base of the hills, the entire region, fields, roads, bridges, is submerged underwater, ranging from 1 to 12 feet deep or more. Boats are the only way to get around, even for short distances. You sail across the countryside, cutting through half-drowned tall grasses, steering through clumps of brush and small trees, until you reach the streets of large farming villages. There, cattle are kept high up inside houses, 12 feet above ground. Children fish through holes in the floor. People go about their daily business, sometimes just to borrow a cheroot from a neighbour, by canoe. In short, all the troubles and comic situations shown in European newspapers during floods can be seen here, but with one big difference. Everyone is so used to it that it no longer draws any surprise.
The northern part of Burma is rich with mountain streams of extraordinary beauty. An eyewitness describes them in vivid, poetic detail.
In some places, the streams leap down cliffs in waterfalls 50 to 100 feet high. In others, they spread out into still, deep pools. Sometimes they ripple gently over beds of bright stones, milk-white quartz, green praise, yellow jasper, sky-blue slate, or colourful porphyry. In other spots, the water rushes swiftly over smooth granite boulders or sharp pieces of green stone. In some areas, the roar of rushing water echoes like deep calling unto deep, while in others, the quiet murmur of the brook sounds like distant, soothing music. Often the traveller walks right up the middle of one of these streams, with each bend revealing a new and delightful view, like looking through a turning kaleidoscope. Here, a flower like a daisy leans over the edge as though admiring its reflection in the stream. There, a wild arum plant, standing knee-deep in the water, shakes off dewdrops that shine like drops of liquid silver. The twisted roots of a willow may trail into the water, or perhaps a eugenia tree with its fragrant white blossoms, or a water delinia with its red-scaled trunk and green apple-like fruit. In another place, the long red tassels of a Barringtonia tree hang low over the riverbank, dropping flowers onto the water, food for the carp gathering below.
The domestic animals in Burma include the ox, buffalo, horse, and goat. The horses are small and used only for riding, not for carrying loads. Dogs are not kept as pets or for hunting. Instead, like in many eastern countries, they roam the streets in a half-wild state, feeding on garbage, and often fall victim to hunger and disease. The jungles of Burma are filled with wild animals: monkeys, elephants, rhinoceroses, tigers, leopards, deer, and wildcats. Elephants are captured, trained, and used for riding. The white elephant, an albino, is especially valued. One is always kept at the royal court as a symbol of sovereignty, and one of the king's official titles is Lord of the White Elephant. The land is also home to many dangerous and unpleasant reptiles and insects. While you're eating, a lizard might fall from the bamboo rafters onto the table. When stepping outside, you may see chameleons darting up the trees. In the garden, you might find a scorpion with a painful sting, or a centipede whose bite is poisonous. Children must be warned not to run through the bushes in the yard, where they might cross paths with a cobra, a snake whose bite means quick and certain death. The author recalls his father once taking up a Burmese spear, the only weapon he used, to kill a cobra after its trail was spotted in the dust under their house. Even in our own country, rats, mice, snakes, flies, and mosquitoes can cause great discomfort. But the foreign missionary faces all these same pests in far worse forms, larger, more numerous, and with new threats: white ants that destroy furniture, scorpions, centipedes, cobras, and even tigers. The people of Burma belong to the Mongolian race. which is typically marked by long, straight hair, little or no beard, skin ranging from yellowish leather to deep brown or even reddish tones, high cheekbones, and eyes that are usually set at a slight angle. One modern writer describes them as having strong, active, and well-proportioned bodies. Brown skin, though never very dark, thick black hair, and slightly more facial hair than the Siamese. When Mr. and Mrs. Judson arrived, the population of Burma was estimated at 6 to 8 million. This included not only the Burmans, the dominant group who lived mainly in the towns and cities, but also several subject peoples such as the Shans, Kerans, and Kakians. These groups lived in rural villages scattered through the forests and along mountain streams. Each of these tribes had its own customs and language, distinct from that of the Burmans. These tribal peoples were somewhat like the Native American tribes in relation to the early settlers of the United States, likely the original inhabitants of the land, later conquered and ruled over by others. It appears that many waves of Mongolian invaders had come down from the north over time, and these scattered groups were the surviving remnants of older, displaced races. Major Yule gives the following vivid description of the Burmese people's character.
Unlike most Asiatics, they are not a servile people. They are cheerful and have a sharp sense of humor, quick to laugh, and quick to recover from hardship or loss. While they lack a deep sense of national pride, they are very attached to their homes and especially to their families. They have no rigid caste system or deep religious prejudices, so they easily connect with outsiders and readily acknowledge the superiority of Europeans. Though uneducated, they are curious and eager to learn, so long as it doesn't require too much mental effort. They may accept violent rule from their leaders without protest, but as individuals they are not cruel. They live simply and are tough, but tend to be idle and lack persistence or long-term focus. They find routine and discipline burdensome, though they do show some spirit of enterprise. They are very involved in trade, especially the women, and could be called a nation of small merchants. They are not habitually dishonest, though they are gullible and often prone to exaggeration. Given authority, they become proud and boastful. Without checks, they can become corrupt and oppressive. As a people, they are brave, though their leaders are often known for cowardice. They are poor marksmen and, despite the forests around them, not naturally inclined toward hunting.
The land of Burma is rich and abundantly productive. It provides nearly everything needed for food, clothing, shelter, and even decoration. Major crops include rice, maize, Indian corn, wheat, tobacco, cotton, and indigo. In fact, about 80% of all the rice exported from the east to Europe comes from the fertile rice fields of British Burma. The country is also full of delicious tropical fruits: jackfruit, breadfruit, oranges, bananas, guavas, pineapples, and coconuts. After the yearly floods, water collects in low-lying areas, creating ponds filled with fish. Although their religion prohibits eating cattle or sheep unless they die naturally, Burmans supplement their diet of rice and curry with poultry. Bamboo serves as the primary building material for their homes, and the dense teak forests provide timber for shipbuilding. The land is also rich in minerals: iron, tin, silver, gold, sapphires, emeralds, rubies, amber, sulfur, arsenic, antimony, and both kinds of coal, anthracite and bituminous. Petroleum is also found and is commonly used in small clay lamps by people of all classes. At the time our missionaries arrived, Burma had no large-scale commerce. This was reflected in the extremely high interest rates, 25% with security and up to 60% without it. The natural wealth of the land gave the Burman of that era a sense of self-sufficiency. He believed wrongly that exporting goods would only drain the country's resources and lead to poverty. The government enforced this belief by strictly limiting exports, allowing only the trade of inexpensive and plentiful teak wood. Precious resources like gold, silver, and gemstones were not permitted to leave the country, out of fear that their loss would impoverish the land. If an English merchant brought silks and calicoes to the royal city and exchanged them for a large sum, say $5,000 in gold, he could spend the money in Burma, but could not legally take it back with him. Without bribing officials, he would be forced to remain in the country, a wealthy man who was, in effect, both prisoner and exile. Marble, used for idols and pagodas, was forbidden to export. Cotton and rice could not be sent abroad either, as the government feared there might not be enough left for domestic needs. The only significant trade was with China, where caravans brought silk overland in exchange for Burmese cotton. Due to this limited commerce, the science of navigation was nearly unknown. When Burmese sailors made coastal voyages during the dry season, they always stayed within sight of land. There were also no major manufacturing industries, since those required large investments, and no one could be sure the government wouldn't seize their wealth. The main craft was lacquerware, which needed very little capital. Thin bamboo strips were woven, smeared with mud, then baked, polished, and coated with a varnish to create beautiful boxes and trays. Most Burmans at the time worked in agriculture. They grew rice and caught fish, which they mashed with coarse salt to make ngapi, their favorite salty paste. Large amounts of rice and ngapi were transported up the Irrawaddy River in boats and sold at the capital and in the northern provinces. Burma's government was an absolute monarchy, though that system was later overturned by British rule. Under the old system, the king had complete control over the life and property of every subject. He could confiscate belongings, imprison, torture, or execute anyone at will, restrained only by the threat of rebellion. One English observer reported that a high-ranking official at the king's command was once pinned to the ground under the blazing sun with a heavy weight on his chest, only to be later returned to his position. While there were 2 state councils that helped administer the kingdom, their members were chosen by the king and could be dismissed or executed at his command. The father of the last Burmese king recognized the dangers of this absolute power and had hoped to limit it by requiring his son to share authority with prime ministers. But that plan failed. The new king, Thibaw, a cruel and corrupt young man of 20, overthrew the system. He murdered his advisors and slaughtered his royal relatives. Just as Burma had begun to stir from centuries of oppression, it fell back again into tyranny. The country was divided into provinces, townships, districts, and villages. Each province was ruled by a governor, known in Burmese as an eater. Through their subordinates, these governors taxed every family. The officials received a portion of whatever they could extract, and the rest went to the king. This system encouraged widespread corruption and abuse. Government officials had no fixed salaries. High-ranking ones ate an entire region, meaning they lived off whatever they could take from it. Lower officials survived on bribes and side income. The legal system was just as corrupt. Bribery was common. Torture was used to extract testimony, and executions were brutal, often carried out by beheading, but sometimes by disembowelment, exposure to wild beasts, crucifixion, or having limbs broken, unless, of course, the accused could pay his way out. Under such a system, the suffering of ordinary people was immense. One Burmese king, upon ascending the throne and seeing the state of his kingdom, is said to have cried out, "Great God, I might as well be king over a desert." The religion of Burma is Buddhism. Along with the island of Ceylon, Burma preserves Buddhism in one of its purest forms. Buddhism began in India around 500 years before Christ, where it replaced the older Hindu faith known as Brahmanism, which was based on the Vedas. In ancient times, India was deeply influenced by Brahmin philosophy and ritual. The people lived under heavy control from the priesthood. Buddhism arose as a reaction to this system, either as a development from it or a protest against it. Its relationship to Brahmanism is similar to that of Christianity to Judaism or Protestantism to the Roman Catholic Church. For about 150 years, Buddhism spread rapidly across India. But shortly after the start of the Christian era, it began to decline. By the 8th and 9th centuries AD, following a major wave of persecution, Buddhism had been completely driven out of India. Brahmanism returned to dominance, and today Gautama Buddha has relatively few followers in the land where he was born. Yet, as the saying goes, a prophet is without honor only in his own country. Buddhism, driven by a strong missionary spirit, spread peacefully to Ceylon, Burma, Siam, Tibet, and China. Today, it is the religion of over 400 million people, about 1/3 of the world's population. Like Brahmanism, Buddhism teaches the doctrine of the transmigration of souls. A soul begins its journey in the lowest forms of life. Through countless rebirths, it may rise into higher forms, spiders, snakes, chameleons, and eventually be born as a human. At that point, a time of testing begins. If the soul behaves well in human life, it may continue to rise into the forms of demigods and gods. But if it fails, it sinks again, slowly descending into the bodies of lower creatures, repeating the cycle of suffering. Life, according to Buddhist belief, moves in a continuous cycle.
Life runs its rounds of living, climbing up from mote and gnat and worm, reptile and fish, bird and shagged beast, man, demon, deva, god, to clod and mote again. He who now suffers in the lowest realms may one day rule in the highest heavens, and one who now sits on a throne of celestial glory may in time fall to torment. Even a crushed insect may, after many ages, rise to become a supreme Buddha.
Tennyson echoed this idea when he wrote,
Eternal process moving on. From state to state the spirit walks, and these are but the shattered stalks and ruined chrysalis of one.
This belief in the soul's progression through many lives is deeply ingrained in the mind of even the most uneducated Burmese. An English officer recorded that just before a murderer was executed, he muttered as his final words, "May my next existence be a man's, and a long one." An old woman, believing her deceased son's voice lived on in the bleating of a neighbor's calf, embraced the animal, purchased it, and cared for it as though it were her child. This faith in transmigration explains the careful treatment of animals by devout Buddhists. Monks filter insects from their drinking water. They avoid eating after noon or drinking after dark, in case they accidentally swallow tiny creatures. They carry brushes to sweep the ground before sitting, to avoid crushing any living thing. Mr. Huxley once noted how a Hindu lost his peace of mind after a microscopist revealed the presence of microscopic life in a single drop of water. Buddhists even build hospitals for sick animals. Perhaps it is this deep-rooted belief in the soul's passage through animal forms that explains their calm acceptance of danger from wild creatures like snakes and tigers. One Buddhist legend even tells of the Buddha offering his own life to satisfy the thirst of a starving tigress. Although both Brahmanism and Buddhism teach the doctrine of transmigration, the belief that souls pass through many lives, they differ greatly in their teachings about God and the soul. Brahmanism is pantheistic. It teaches that matter is not real and that all physical things are illusions. The only true realities are souls, which are parts of one vast divine soul. These individual souls came from that divine source and will eventually return to it, like a flask of water broken and absorbed into the ocean. Buddhism, by contrast, is atheistic. It denies not only the reality of matter, but also the existence of the soul and of God. It is a religion built on negation. There is no supreme being in Buddhism, no eternal reality. Nothing in past, present, or future is truly real. Brahmanism shows a strong awareness of sin. It demands painful acts of penance and requires animal sacrifices. Buddhism sees sin not as a personal offense, but as something natural and universal, built into the fabric of existence. There is no guilt, no blame, no atonement, and no forgiveness. Buddhists do not bring animals to the altar. Their religious practice consists of offering prayers, incense, and flowers in honor of Gautama, the founder of their faith. There is also a difference in social teaching. Brahmanism is a religion of hierarchy and caste. It divides society into 4 groups: priests, warriors, merchants, and laborers. Below even these are the outcasts or pariahs, born of unions that defy caste rules. These outcasts must live outside the towns, own only the lowest animals, wear discarded clothes, and carry out the most degrading duties, including executions. They are to be avoided by all respectable people. Buddhism, on the other hand, rejected caste. Gautama taught,
The priest is born of a woman, so is the outcast. My law is a law of grace for all. My doctrine is like the sky. There is room for all, without exception, men, women, boys, girls, poor and rich.
The 2 touching stories that follow reflect this spirit, one that calls to mind the compassion and openness of Christ himself. Amanda, one of Gautama's devoted followers, once met an outcast girl drawing water at a well. He asked her for a drink. She hesitated, afraid that touching the water would defile him. But he said, "My sister, I do not ask about your caste or birth. I only ask for water. If you can, give it to me." In another story, a poor man offered Gautama's alms bowl a mere handful of flowers, and it was accepted, while 10,000 bushels of rice from the rich were passed over. The founder of Buddhism is known as Gautama Siddhartha, or Buddha. Gautama was his family name, Siddhartha his personal name, and Buddha, meaning the enlightened one, the title he earned through his wisdom. He was born around 500 BC in Kapilavastu, near the base of the Himalayas, only a few days' journey from Benares. His father was an Indian prince who ruled the Sakya tribe. Buddha is described as gentle, earnest, thoughtful, and full of compassion. Though he grew up surrounded by luxury, he grew weary of the pleasures of palace life. News of the suffering of India's poor reached even the royal courts. The winds stirring the strings of the palace's Aeolian harp seemed to whisper to him of human misery.
We are the voices of the wandering wind, which moan for rest, and rest can never find. Lo, as the wind is, so is mortal life, a moan, a sigh, a sob, a storm, a strife. O Maya's son, because we roam the earth, moan we upon these strings, we make no mirth. So many woes we see in many lands, so many streaming eyes and wringing hands.
The longing to be a savior gripped his heart. 4 troubling visions confirmed his resolve. First, he saw an old man, bent and broken. Then, a man afflicted with disease. Next, a dead body. These sights taught him that age, sickness, and death are the fate of all. Finally, he saw a wandering monk carrying an alms bowl, a symbol of renunciation and spiritual seeking. Gautama decided to abandon everything: his wealth, his throne, his beloved wife, and his young child. He left the palace to search for salvation, not only for himself but for all mankind. First, he became a Brahmin ascetic, enduring severe self-denial and torture of the body. Later, he abandoned these extremes, realizing they led nowhere. In deep meditation beneath the sacred bo tree, he at last discovered the way of truth and life. He spent the rest of his life traveling across India, preaching his gospel and gathering many followers. He lived to an old age, and when he died, his last words were, "Nothing is durable." But one naturally asks, what was the way of salvation that Buddha discovered under the bo tree and spent 50 years proclaiming? First, consider the starting point, the goal, and the way itself. Buddha began with the belief that misery is inseparable from existence. Sorrow is the shadow cast by life. His whole philosophy is built on a foundation of deep pessimism. As long as we are tied to this material world, we are subject to disappointment, disease, old age, and death. We are, as he taught, caught in the common net of death and woe, and life which binds to both. There is no escape from the endless cycle of rebirth and suffering except by entering nirvana, the blowing out, meaning total extinction. Thus, the highest goal according to Buddha is utter annihilation. This understanding of nirvana has been confirmed by the greatest scholars of Buddhism: Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, Bigondet, Eugene Burnouf, Spence Hardy, and Max Muller, all agreeing with what Mr. Judson understood many years ago, that nirvana means not absorption into a greater being, but the complete extinction of soul and body. It is like a lamp being blown out, not a dewdrop merging with the sea.
To perish, rather, swallowed up and lost, in the wide womb of uncreated night, devoid of sense and motion.
But how is this bliss of annihilation to be reached? Only through a long and difficult struggle. The seeker must believe 4 great truths. Life is nothing but sorrow. The root of sorrow is desire. Desire must be destroyed. The way to destroy desire is to follow the Eightfold Path, which is right doctrine and right purpose, right speech, right behavior, right purity, right thought, right solitude, right rapture. But in order to walk the Eightfold Path, one must also obey 5 commandments. Do not kill. Do not steal. Do not commit adultery. Do not lie. Do not become intoxicated. Gautama gave this strict explanation of them.
He who kills even a louse or a bug, he who takes even a thread that belongs to another, he who looks with desire at another man's wife, he who jokes about matters concerning another's welfare, he who allows even a drop of intoxicating drink to touch his tongue, such a one has broken the commandments.
There are 4 stages in the Buddhist journey towards salvation. First, a change of heart, overcoming lust, pride, and anger. Second, freedom from ignorance, doubt, and false belief. Third, entry into a state of universal kindness. Fourth, final attainment of nirvana. In this order, Buddha clearly teaches that right conduct must come before true spiritual understanding, a teaching that agrees with the words of Christ, "If any man willeth to do his will, he shall know of the doctrine." It is evident that the real strength of Buddhism is not found in its philosophy or theology, but in its system of morals. Its vitality springs from its strict code of right living, first practiced by its founder. If salvation could be earned by moral teaching alone, then surely India, Burma, Ceylon, Siam, Tibet, and China would already be earthly paradises. Besides the virtues common to many pagan religions, Buddhism teaches meekness and patience. A faithful Buddhist, when struck with a hard blow, calmly thinks that it is punishment for some sin committed in a former life. It is a system that urges deep, persistent love for others.
As even at the risk of her own life a mother watches over her own child, her only child, so let him, the Buddhist saint, exert goodwill without measure towards all beings.
But despite its exquisite code of morals, Buddhism has never been able to cleanse the deep corruption of the human heart. It is a religion without God, without prayer, without forgiveness, and without a true heaven. Its moral laws lack the authority that comes from a living lawgiver. Its final hope, nirvana, is a bleak and empty goal. Buddhism is, at its core, a system of despair. The human spirit under Buddhism is burdened by a heavy sense of demerit and haunted by the fear of endless cycles of suffering. There is no vision of divine mercy, no pity sitting in the clouds, no pathway to forgiveness, no awareness of God's loving presence. Under such cold, abstract teaching, it is not surprising that the common people often reshape the idea of nirvana into a false earthly paradise, or even turn aside into demon worship and other forms of superstition and shamanism. Edwin Arnold's poem The Light of Asia has cast this religion in a polished and attractive light. Yet no one who truly understands the gospel would for a moment consider exchanging the light of the world, Christ, for the light of Asia. Chapter 5. Life in Rangoon, 1813 to 1819. Mr. and Mrs. Judson, as we have seen, arrived in Rangoon on June 13, 1813. For more than a year and a half after leaving America, they had searched for a place to settle among the heathen nations. Reaching Calcutta, they were forced by the East India Company's harsh policy to seek refuge on the Isle of France. Returning to India and landing at Madras, they again found themselves compelled to flee. Reluctantly leaving the strong protection of the British flag, they finally settled in Rangoon, the principal seaport of the Burman Empire. This was not the destination they had dreamed of. It was reached with wandering steps and slow. Yet God's providence, though stern, had clearly led them to the very place He had prepared. History has proven that this unexpected path was directed by the hand that never errs. For in their effort to reach the heart of Asiatic heathenism, American Christians could not have chosen a more strategic location than Rangoon. Rangoon lies near the mouth of the great Irrawaddy River. An English officer describes the river.
After draining the Great Plain of Upper Burma, the Irrawaddy enters a narrow valley between the spurs of the Arakan and Pegu ranges, flowing below the city of Prome. About 90 miles from the sea it divides, one branch forming the Bassin River to the west, while the main stream splits further into 10 mouths before reaching the ocean. The river is navigable by steamers for 840 miles from the sea. During the monsoon season, it rises 40 feet above its summer level, flooding the banks and creating a vast sheet of water, with the main channel rushing forward at 5 miles an hour.
There are 2 major natural trade routes for Western China. the Irrawaddy, and the Yangtze River. The Yangtze, beginning in Tibet, runs eastward for nearly 3,000 miles to the Yellow Sea. Along its banks have risen mighty cities like Shanghai and Nanking, fed by the tide of commerce for centuries. Yet for western and central China, the Irrawaddy Valley offers a shorter, easier, and cheaper route to the sea. This path has been hindered only by wild mountain tribes, whom the governments of Burma and China have not yet fully subdued. As civilization advances, more of Central Asia's trade will surely flow through the Irrawaddy. Christianity often follows the pathways of commerce into the hearts of nations. Therefore, Rangoon, where Mr. and Mrs. Judson landed, and Bhamo, far up the river where American Baptists later planted a mission, stand as two of the most strategic points for the Christian conquest of all Asia. Rangoon, around the time of the Judsons' arrival, was described by an American traveler as a miserable, dirty town, home to 8,000 or 10,000 people. The houses were made of bamboo and teak planks with thatched roofs. There was almost no drainage, and muddy creeks ran through the town, flooded by the tide at high water. It had a mean and uninviting appearance, yet it was the seat of government for a large province ruled by a viceroy, a Wungji, who stood in high favor at the royal court. It is worth pausing to reflect on the task that the young missionary couple set before themselves as they landed in this heathen land. What did this 25-year-old man and his young wife hope to do, standing there on the edge of the vast rice fields of Lower Burma, looking inland toward cities crowded with idol worshippers and hills crowned with temples and pagodas? Their goal was to challenge and eventually dismantle an ancient religion that held the loyalty of 400 million souls. They did not seek to impose Christianity through political power, forcing outward submission. Their aim was far more profound, to bring about a personal transformation of belief and heart in each individual. They believed that among the multitudes around them, there were individuals whom God had already prepared, men and women, through life's hardships and the work of the Spirit, who would recognize and embrace the story of Christ the moment they heard it. Just as a clump of moss from the woods, placed in the warmth of a home, may reveal hidden flower seeds, so from the plain and hardened soil of heathenism, under the nurturing warmth of the Holy Spirit, new life could spring forth. These hidden believers, once gathered and baptized into churches, could in time multiply and quietly spread the gospel's influence, until even the mighty empire of Burma would be leavened by the kingdom of Christ. But what means did Mr. Judson use to try to bring about this great moral and spiritual revolution? He relied simply on the gospel of Christ. His only weapons were the timeless truths, the existence of a personal and loving God, the deep sinfulness of humanity, and salvation through faith in the Son of God, who came to seek and to save that which was lost. No message could have been more completely opposed to Buddhism, which denies that there is a God to save, a soul to be saved, or a sin to be saved from. Judson believed that if he could plant the seeds of Christian truth in the Burman's heart, then by the gentle power of the Holy Spirit, they would grow and bear the fruits of humble and pure living. He likened the gospel to a rushing stream of clean water, flushing through a filthy drain, washing away all impurities. In the same way, the gospel, as it courses through an individual heart or an entire society, sweeps away the stagnant, loathsome accumulations of sin. Mr. Judson did not believe that Christianity must wait for the advance of Western civilization. He did not set himself to first teach the Burmans Western sciences, astronomy, geography, geology, before introducing them to Christ. He had full faith in his Master's promise. "Lo, I am with you always." He believed Christ himself was already at work within the heart of the heathen, unlocking the door from the inside. Again, Mr. Judson did not reason. It is hopeless to try to convert the older generation. I will focus on the children, gather them into schools, and thus purify the nation at its roots. He did indeed establish schools, but these were always secondary to his main work, preaching the gospel to the adult mind. He reached the children through their parents, not the parents through their children. He believed that the adults should bear the cost of persecution that would surely follow when embracing a new faith. He followed the model set forth in the Acts of the Apostles. As a preacher of the gospel, he refused to let himself be reduced to a mere school teacher or textbook writer. There were only two main channels by which the truths of the gospel could reach the Burman conscience: through the eyes and through the ears. The Burmans were very much a reading people. They possessed ancient scriptures that contained the teachings of Gautama, and the first question they would ask anyone proclaiming a new religion was, "Where are your sacred books?" Thus, one important way Mr. Judson communicated the gospel was by translating and distributing tracts, either clear, brief statements of Christian truth or portions of the Bible. These were not handed out carelessly, like leaves scattered by the wind, but given carefully and thoughtfully to individuals, often with a serious charge to read them and accompanied by a prayer that the Holy Spirit would bless the word to their hearts. But far more important than translating and distributing tracts, catechisms, and portions of Scripture was the oral preaching of the gospel. In this work, Meister Judson showed rare skill and won his greatest victories. While necessary translation work occupied much of his time, he constantly longed for the chance to proclaim the message of salvation with his living voice. Writing to Dr. Bowles, he said,
"I long to see the whole New Testament complete, for then I can devote all my time to preaching the gospel from day to day, and often now the latter seems to be the more pressing duty. May the Spirit of the Lord be poured out."
When eye meets eye, when a listener stands before a living, loving messenger, the truth strikes more deeply than it ever could through a printed page. The press can never replace the pulpit. What the earnest voice of a preacher can drive home with conviction and awaken in the heart, the printed word alone often leaves cold and thin. Mr. Judson's preaching, however, was not the kind that draws great throngs in sweeping oratory. After building a small chapel, or zayat, there were times when about 100 people gathered for public worship. Yet in the beginning, most of his preaching was one-on-one. It was a personal, face-to-face ministry, a kind of spiritual buttonholing. One man would come to speak with him, and then others would quietly gather around to listen. It was in these close, hand-to-hand contests that Mr. Judson's keen logic would often shine. With patient reasoning, he would so skillfully and thoroughly answer objections and expose error that the bystanders would murmur admiration, much like when Samuel hewed Agag to pieces. Mr. Judson's mind did not deal in mere abstractions. Truth, in his thinking, took on clear, vivid shapes, statuesque forms. His conversation was rich with images and illustrations, much like the great teacher, of whom Tennyson wrote,
"For wisdom dealt with mortal powers, where truth in closest words shall fail, when truth embodied in a tale shall enter in at lowly doors."
Behind Mr. Judson's preaching lay the strong magnetism of a great character. He was a man of tender feelings and deep affections. His motives were plain to see. It was clear that he had travelled far and suffered much because he loved the Burmans, because he loved all men. Gradually the people discovered this, and the power of a preacher is always measured by his ability to inspire both confidence and affection. Of course, difficulties immediately arose. The passionate zeal of the young missionary clashed against the hard walls of Burman conservatism. The deep-rooted slowness of the Oriental mind to accept new ideas was a serious obstacle from the beginning. Another early challenge was learning the Burmese language without a grammar, dictionary, or teacher who spoke English. But the greatest hindrance to preaching the gospel in Burma was the danger of persecution. Mr. Judson lived under a monarchy where a king's slightest whim could decide life or death. Every convert to Christianity knew that embracing the new faith meant risking the loss of property, imprisonment, torture, and even death in its most cruel forms. But despite all these difficulties, and even though many of his fellow Christians back in America viewed his efforts as hopeless and considered him an obstinate and foolish fanatic, Mr. Judson never for a moment lost heart. He believed as surely that Burma would one day be converted to Christ as he believed in Burma's very existence. His faith was the same that inspired his famous reply, years later, when asked about the prospects for the conversion of the heathen.
"As bright as the promises of God."
Even in the darkest hours of missionary history, he sounded a bugle call that would inspire Christian workers until the day when the kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ.
If anyone asks what success I meet with among the natives,
He wrote,
tell them to look at Otaheite, where the missionaries labored for nearly 20 years without a single convert, and where the name of Otaheite became a shame to the cause of missions. Yet at last the blessing came. Tell them to look at Bengal, where Dr. Thomas worked for 17 years before the first convert, Krishna, was baptized. When a few converts are once made, things move forward. But it takes much longer than I have been here to make a first impression on a heathen people. If they ask again what prospect of success there is, tell them, as much as there is an almighty and faithful God who will fulfill his promises, and no more. If this does not satisfy them, beg them to let me stay and try. Let them send you to help and give us our bread. Or if they are unwilling to risk their bread on so forlorn a hope, which rests only on the word of God, beg them at least not to hinder others from supporting us. And if we live 20 or 30 years, they may hear from us again.
After some months, Mr. and Mrs. Judson moved from the English Baptist mission house into the city proper. The mission house they had been using was half a mile outside Rangoon, near the public execution grounds, where the refuse of the city was dumped and where the dead were buried. Being outside the city walls, they were exposed to robbers and wild animals. It was judged best to move into Rangoon itself, where they would also be in closer daily contact with the people. After living in Rangoon about a year and a half, Mrs. Judson's health began to fail under the strain of the harsh climate. With no physician nearby, and her condition becoming serious, it was decided that she must sail to Madras to receive medical attention and benefit from the restorative effects of a sea voyage. She departed on January 25, 1815, and after nearly 3 months of absence, returned with her health much improved. This painful separation, caused by Mrs. Judson's illness, was soon followed by an even deeper sorrow. Their infant son, Roger Williams Judson, born September 11, 1815, died on May 4th of the following year, at just 7 months and 23 days old. Not long after this heartbreak, Mr. Judson himself fell seriously ill, after nearly 3 years of intense study and labor. Even during his sickness, he redeemed the time by working on a grammar of the Burmese language. Fearing that he might soon die, he determined to leave behind a clear path through the uncharted wilderness of Burmese studies by recording the results of his hard-earned knowledge. On July 13, 1816, exactly 3 years after his arrival in Rangoon, he completed his grammatical notices of the Burman language, a work that would prove invaluable to future missionaries. Partially recovering from his illness, Mr. Judson next completed, on July 30, 1816, his first tract, A View of the Christian Religion, in 3 parts, historic, didactic, and preceptive. The next step was to multiply copies of this tract and begin distributing it among the Burmese people. Providentially, a printing press and Burman types had already arrived, a generous gift from the English Baptist Brethren at Serampore. A missionary printer, the Reverend George H. Hu, and his wife, were also already on their way from America to assist. Meanwhile, Mr. Rice continued rallying the Baptists across the United States to send further reinforcements of men and money. The long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. On October 15, 1816, the Reverend George H. Ho and his family landed in Rangoon. He immediately set up and began operating the printing press. Soon 1,000 copies of Mr. Judson's newly completed tract and 3,000 copies of a catechism written by Mrs. Judson were printed and distributed. This strange new religion could not help but stir the curiosity of the Burmans. As fishermen stretch a line across the river and hang upon it many hooks in hopes of catching a few of the countless fish swimming past, so the missionaries carefully prepared and cast out their net of printed truth, praying and waiting for results. Then, on May 20th, 1817, Mr. Judson completed the translation of the Gospel of Matthew, the first major step in the greater labor of translating the entire Bible into Burmese. Just 2 days later, he began compiling a Burmese dictionary. But years of intensive study and work, mastering the language, producing tracts, translating scripture, and writing a grammar were taking a toll on his health. He needed rest and recovery, but Judson would not have taken even a brief leave simply for the sake of health. What finally moved him was the desire to begin public preaching in Burmese, something he was eager for. Though he could read, write, and speak the language well, he felt that preaching required the help of a native Christian, someone who could fluently and naturally express gospel truths in the Burmese tongue. On Burma's western frontier lay the Arakan Mountains, and beyond them the flat district of Chittagong, now under English control. The people there spoke Burmese. Years earlier, the English Baptists had begun a mission in Chittagong and baptized several converts, but the mission had since been abandoned. Mr. Judson decided to travel there to gather those scattered believers, teach them again, and perhaps bring one or two back to Rangoon to assist him. This trip would serve both as ministry and a needed rest. Conveniently, the same ship would carry him to Chittagong and back, meaning his absence would be limited to 3 months. But the plan went awry. Instead of 3 months, he was gone nearly 2/3 of a year, and the voyage itself proved to be full of hardship and dread. They had set out for Chittagong, a journey that should have taken no more than 10 to 12 days. Expecting to be gone only a few weeks, Mr. Judson had made minimal preparations. But when the vessel stopped at Cheduba, his worsening condition, especially a severe affliction of the eyes and head brought on by exhaustion and poor diet, left him too weak to even go ashore. As they neared the Coromandel coast, more contrary winds met them, and their situation grew desperate. Mr. Judson's health rapidly declined under the accumulating hardships. For weeks, their only food was mouldy, broken rice scavenged from native vessels, with barely enough water to survive. Isolated in a small, filthy cabin, ill and weakened, Judson endured a long stretch of passive suffering. His clothing, sufficient only for a short trip, had become worn out. Eventually he could no longer rise from his berth. A slow fever overtook him. Parched and in anguish, he pleaded over and over for water, yet could never drink enough to quench his burning thirst. Finally, the little vessel dropped anchor off Masulipatam, some 2 or 3 miles from shore. The captain asked if he wished to be taken ashore, but in his delirious and weakened state, the idea of land felt dreamlike, unreal. After some coaxing, Judson scribbled a note addressing it to any English resident of Masulipatam, and humbly asked for a place where he might simply be allowed to die. Soon after, one of the crew came to tell him a boat was approaching from the shore. With difficulty, Judson crawled to his cabin window. There, in the nearing boat, he saw 2 figures, one in the red coat of a soldier, the other in a white civilian jacket. In that moment, overwhelmed by hope and relief, he dropped to his knees and wept. By the time his rescuers boarded the ship, he had regained some composure, but he would later say,
"The white face of an Englishman never looked to me so beautiful, so like what I imagine angel faces must be, as when those strangers entered my cabin."
They were visibly stunned by the sight of his suffering. Haggard, unshaven, clothed in rags, and barely able to stand, Judson was a pitiful sight. The stranger's warm kindness touched him deeply. One of the English officers brought him into his own home, provided clean clothes from his personal wardrobe, hired a nurse, though she was needed only briefly, and extended a level of generous hospitality that Judson would never forget. But while he endured these physical miseries, his wife back in Rangoon was undergoing an equally intense ordeal of anxiety and fear. From December 25, 1817, until July 16th of the following year, not a single word reached Ann Judson from her husband, who had left expecting to return in a matter of weeks. In his absence, she devoted herself to teaching a group of about 30 Burman women, continuing her missionary work despite growing fears. The mission itself was beset with troubles. Government hostility had intensified, and it was rumored that the foreigners would soon be expelled. Their strongest ally, the former viceroy, had been recalled to Ava, and the newly appointed official was unknown to them. The new regime summoned Mr. Hu to court under threat, warning that if he withheld anything, they would write with his heart's blood. Ann Judson, undeterred, intervened personally. Using her command of the Burmese language and her remarkable composure, she won over the viceroy, calming the situation. Meanwhile, Rangoon was stricken with cholera. The constant sound of the death gong echoed through the city. Tension soared with rumors of war between England and Burma, and English ships began hastily departing. At last, only one vessel remained in port, the final chance to escape before possible disaster. The Howes resolved to flee, and strongly urged Mrs. Judson to join them. But she would not abandon the mission. With fierce loyalty and unshakable resolve, she chose to remain, insisting on going ashore alone. If her husband returned and found their station deserted, she would not be absent. Whatever the danger, she would be there. After this time of darkness, the mission entered a new season of hope. Though Mr. Hove had left for Calcutta with the printing press, requiring all printing to be done from there temporarily, on September 19, 1818, reinforcements arrived. Messrs. Coleman and Wheelock, with their wives, joined the mission. Mr. Judson had also safely returned from his harrowing voyage. At last, the longed-for day arrived when he could begin public worship in Burmese. A small zayat had been built, not merely a place of worship, but also a school and meeting place where Judson could sit daily, speaking with passers-by and engaging in spiritual conversation. On April 4, 1819, even before the zayat was fully complete, the first public worship service was held. Judson, then 31, had waited nearly 6 years from his arrival in Rangoon before he dared preach publicly in the native tongue. This marked a turning point in the mission's history, for it was soon followed by the first conversion. On June 27, 1819, 7 years and 4 months after Judson left America, and nearly 6 years after reaching Burma, he baptized his first convert, Maung Nao. After so many long years of patient toil with no visible result, this moment was a harvest of joy and proof of God's faithfulness. On the inside cover of a book he was using for his dictionary work, Judson penciled the lines that capture the essence of his faith. In joy or sorrow, health or pain, our course be onward still. We sow on Burma's barren plain. We reap on Zion's hill. These words capture the struggle and triumph of the first visible fruits of the gospel in Burma. The baptism of Maung Nao, followed by Maung Bia and Maung Thala, marked the true beginning of Christianity in the land. The conversion of humble men like Maung Ing, a fisherman, and the respected philosopher Mong Shuagnong showed that the gospel could reach both lowly and learned alike. Yet just as this quiet, spiritual awakening began to stir hearts in Rangoon, persecution quickly threatened to crush it. The viceroy viewed the rise of a new religion with suspicion and hostility. When he heard that a prominent teacher was considering abandoning Buddhism, his chilling words, "Inquire further," were enough to send fear throughout the community. The interested inquirers disappeared at once. Only the baptized converts remained loyal, risking all. With the mission paralyzed, Judson saw no way forward except through the very heart of power. He resolved to travel to Ava, the royal capital, and appeal directly to the emperor. If he could secure royal approval to preach Christianity, the mission would gain legal protection. If he failed, the threat of persecution was already present. He would meet it head-on. Before Mr. Judson and Mr. Coleman left for Ava, the small group of missionaries had already been reduced by the departure of the Wheelocks. Just 7 days after Mr. Wheelock arrived in Rangoon, he suffered a hemorrhage during family worship. On August 7, 1819, he set sail for Bengal. After 13 days at sea, in a brief period of delirium, he threw himself into the ocean. While Mrs. Wheelock was writing and thought he was sleeping, she heard the cabin door shut. She looked up, saw that he was gone, rushed to the door, and realized he had disappeared forever. The ship was moving so quickly that there was no way to save him. His death was a great loss to the young mission. His sincere faith, gentle and patient spirit, and deep commitment to reaching the lost had won the love of his fellow missionaries. In one of his letters, after noting that he and Mr. Coleman each had only 1 room, he wrote, "We would rather have 1 room in Rangoon than 6 in Boston. We feel truly blessed." Chapter 6. Life in Rangoon. Continued. 1819 to 1923. On December 21, 1819, Mr. Judson and Mr. Coleman left their wives behind in Rangoon and began their journey up the Irrawaddy River to Ava, the capital of the empire. They travelled by boat. The viceroy gave them a pass that allowed them to go to the Golden Feet and look upon the Golden Face. After making arrangements for their wives to stay in town during their absence, they boarded their small boat, which was 6 feet wide in the middle and 40 feet long. A temporary bamboo deck was laid across it, and the back section was enclosed with thin boards and covered with thatch and mats to form 2 low rooms where they could sit and sleep. Their group included 16 others, 10 rowers, a steersman, a headman, whose name was listed in the passport and who had some authority from the government, a steward or cook, which role was given to their faithful Maung Nao, their own cook, a Hindu washerman, and an Englishman who had suffered many hardships in life and now hoped to serve the Burmese king. This Englishman acted as their gunner, in charge of several guns and blunderbusses which were necessary because of river robbers. They had struggled to choose a suitable gift for the emperor, since no one could appear before him without one. Their money was not enough to buy something of great monetary value. Wanting the gift to reflect their character, they chose a copy of the Bible, the book they hoped to translate under the emperor's support. It was divided into 6 volumes, decorated with gold leaf in Burmese style, and each volume was wrapped in fine cloth. For other officials, they brought cloth and similar items as gifts. With their boat fully staffed and supplied, they set off from the shores of Rangoon. That night, they stopped and tied up near the village of Moulmein. Just days earlier, a boat belonging to a former tax collector of Rangoon had been attacked by robbers near this same spot, with both the steersman and another man killed by a single shot. Though they were uneasy about staying there, they had no choice. On the 30th, they reached Kha Nong, a large town about 90 miles from Rangoon. There they encountered a special officer from Basen who had come with a group of soldiers to pursue a gang of robbers. These robbers had recently launched a bold attack on a large boat, wounded the crew, and stolen goods worth 1,500 taels. The officer offered to escort them through a dangerous area the next day, but they refused. Accepting the help would have required giving expensive gifts, and they believed the escort wouldn't truly help in an emergency. Instead, they took every precaution and kept careful watch through the night. On January 25th, about a month after leaving Rangoon, they reached Ava. In the distance, they saw the golden dome of the royal palace shining among the glittering pagodas. Early the next morning, they began their visits, calling first on Mr. G, the former collector of Rangoon, and then on Mr. R, who had once held the same position but was now out of favour. From there they entered the city, passed the palace, and went to the home of Adoniram, the former viceroy of Rangoon, who was now a public minister of state, Wungyi. They gave him a valuable gift and a smaller one to his wife, the same woman who had once treated Mr. G with great kindness. Both welcomed them warmly and seemed interested in their mission. The missionaries did not explain their full purpose, but simply asked for permission to see the Golden Face, the emperor. In response, Adoniram assigned their case to Maung Yo, one of his trusted officers, and instructed him to take them to Maung Za, a private minister of state, a Tuen Woon, with the needed orders. This personal favour from Adoniram spared them the time and expense of formally petitioning and paying all the public ministers of state to get official approval from the imperial court. That evening, Maung Yo, who lived near their boat, visited them and said he would take them to the palace the next day. They went to bed full of anxious thoughts. The next day would be the most important of their lives. By that evening, their greatest hopes would either be fulfilled or crushed. The next morning, they left their boat and followed Maung Yo. As a formality, he first brought them again to Adoniram, where they learned that the emperor had already been privately informed of their arrival and had said, "Let them be introduced." So they continued on to the palace. At the outer gate, they were held up for some time while the officers made sure they had permission to enter. Once approved, they presented a gift for the private minister of state, Maung Za, and were taken into his rooms within the palace grounds. He welcomed them warmly and invited them to sit before several governors and minor princes who were waiting for an audience. Here, for the first time, They openly explained who they were and why they had come. They said they were missionaries, propagators of religion, and that they wanted to appear before the emperor to present their sacred books along with a petition. Moung-sa took the petition, read about half of it, then casually asked them questions about their god and their beliefs, which they answered. At that moment, someone announced that the Golden Foot, the emperor, was about to come forth. Moung-sa quickly rose and put on his official robes, saying he must take the opportunity to introduce them to the emperor. They then realized they had arrived at an unfortunate time. It was the day of celebration for a recent military victory over the Cathays, and the emperor was about to attend the ceremony. As the minister dressed, he said, "How can you propagate religion in this empire? But come along." These words deeply discouraged them. Still, he led them through the palace, past scenes of great splendor, until they climbed a flight of stairs and entered a magnificent hall. He showed them where to sit, placed their gift on the other side, and Moung-yo, along with another officer from Miademen, sat a little behind. The scene was even grander than they had imagined. The vast size of the hall, the massive pillars, the towering golden dome, all covered in gold, made for a striking and majestic sight. Only a few people were present, all clearly high-ranking officials. Their position did not allow them to see down the full length of the hall, but the side where they sat opened onto the area where the emperor would observe the festivities. They waited about 5 minutes. Then everyone assumed a posture of deep respect, and Moung-yo quietly whispered that the emperor had entered. They looked down the hall as far as the pillars allowed, and soon saw the emperor, this modern Ahasuerus, approach alone, with a proud and majestic bearing. His clothing was rich but not especially unique, and he carried a gold-sheathed sword in place of the traditional royal scepter. But it was the nobility of his face and the authority in his gaze that drew their attention. He walked forward with dignity. Everyone except the 2 missionaries bowed low to the ground. They knelt, hands folded, eyes fixed on the king. As he came near, he noticed them, paused, and turned slightly. "Who are these?" he asked. "The teachers, great king," came the reply. "You speak Burman. Are you the priests I heard about last night? When did you arrive? Are you teachers of religion? Are you like the Portuguese priest? Are you married? Why are you dressed this way?" They answered all these questions. The emperor seemed pleased and sat on a raised seat, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, keeping his eyes fixed on them. Then Moung-sa began to read their petition aloud.
The American teachers present themselves to receive the favor of the excellent king, sovereign of land and sea. Hearing that, because of the greatness of the royal power, the royal country is peaceful and prosperous, we arrived at the town of Rangoon within the royal dominions. Having obtained permission from the governor of that town to come up and behold the golden face, we have come and now kneel at the foot of the golden feet. In the great country of America, we are teachers and explainers of the sacred scriptures of our religion. These scriptures command us that if we go to other lands and teach and spread our religion, great good will result for both the teachers and those who receive the teaching. All will be delivered from future punishment and enjoy eternal happiness in heaven, free from death and decay. Therefore, we respectfully ask that royal permission be granted for us to teach our religion within these dominions, and that anyone, whether foreigner or Burman, who desires to listen and follow our teaching may do so freely without interference from the government. We present ourselves to receive the favor of the excellent king, the sovereign of land and sea.
The emperor listened to the petition and stretched out his hand. Moung-sa crawled forward and presented it to him. The emperor read the petition carefully from top to bottom. Meanwhile, Mr. Judson gave Moung-sa an edited version of a tract, one that had previously caused offense, now carefully revised and presented in the finest style. When the emperor finished reading the petition, he returned it silently and then took the tract. The missionaries silently prayed, "O Lord, have mercy on Burma, have mercy on her king." But it was not yet God's appointed time. The emperor read only the first 2 sentences, which declared there is one eternal God, unchanging and alone in his divinity. With a look of indifference, perhaps even disdain, he threw the tract to the ground. Maung-za quickly picked it up and handed it back to the missionaries. Maung-yo tried to draw attention to the beauty of one of the volumes they had brought as a gift by opening it for display, but the emperor showed no interest. Their fate was sealed. After a few moments, Maung-za conveyed the emperor's decision.
Why do you ask for such permission? Do not the Portuguese, the English, the Mussulmans, and others all have full freedom to practice their own religion? As for your petition, the king gives no command. As for your sacred books, the king has no use for them. Take them away.
Someone then mentioned Mr. Coleman's medical skills, and the emperor, speaking again, said, "Let them go to the residence of my physician, the Portuguese priest. Let him examine whether they can be of any use to me in that way and report back." The emperor then rose from his seat, strode to the far end of the hall, and after casting aside the first message he had ever received about the eternal God, his creator, sustainer, and judge, he threw himself onto a cushion and lay there, listening to music and watching the parade pass by. Meanwhile, the missionaries and their gift were gathered up and hurried out of the palace without much formality. They exited the palace gates far more easily than they had entered, and were first taken to the house of Maya-Day men. There the officer reported what had happened, but described it as positively as he could. Since Maya-Day men had not been fully informed of their exact mission, he probably did not realize how final their rejection truly was. After that, they were marched 2 miles through the heat and dust of Ava's streets to the home of the Portuguese priest. It did not take long for him to determine that the missionaries had no miraculous secret to guarantee the emperor's health or eternal life. After this, they were allowed to leave the priest's house and return to their boat. Even after this firm rejection, the missionaries did not completely give up hope. They regretted that they had been interrupted before they could privately explain their true mission more fully to Maung-za. Therefore, they resolved to try one more time to reach him personally and confidentially. The next morning, they were glad to see their friend Mr. G arriving at their boat. Mr. G was the former collector who had helped them a few months earlier when they were facing an unfair demand in Rangoon. Now he told them he had heard about their rejection, but urged them not to lose all hope. He said he was well acquainted with Maung-za and would go with them to his house just before sunset, at a time when Maung-za would be more approachable. This fit perfectly with their plans. That afternoon they met up with Mr. G, and together they went into the city. Along the way, they visited the wife of the current viceroy of Rangoon, whose eldest son had married the emperor's daughter. They brought her a gift and were warmly received. Afterward, they continued to Maung-za's house, located beyond the palace. Maung-za welcomed them coldly and with great reserve. The conversation, carried out mostly through Mr. G, does not need to be described in detail. It was clear from their discussion that the Burmese government's policy toward foreign religions was just like that of the Chinese. Absolutely no tolerance. No subject of the emperor who converted to another religion would be spared from punishment. They learned, beyond any doubt, that in presenting a petition asking for such freedom, they had made a serious mistake, one considered an unpardonable offense. Mr. G pressed every argument they could think of, and added some of his own. He finally pointed out that if the missionaries gained the emperor's favor, other foreigners would come to settle in Burma, and trade would greatly improve. This was the only argument that seemed to stir any interest in Maung-za. Peering out from his cold, stern expression, he allowed himself to say that if they were willing to wait, he might try to speak to the emperor on their behalf. But even this gave them no real hope. With nothing more to say, they left Mr. G, bowed low before Maung-za, and took their leave of the minister who, second only to the emperor, directed the empire's affairs. It was evening by then. They had to walk 4 miles back by moonlight. When they then finally reached their boat, they collapsed, completely drained in body and spirit. For 3 days, they had walked 8 miles a day, much of it under the burning sun, even at a time of year when the heat in the interior was fierce, and all their efforts had ended in apparent failure. After making several more fruitless attempts to reach the emperor, they gave up and began their journey back on February 6th. They had spent 2 weeks in Ava without success. With heavy hearts, they traveled down the Irrawaddy River and, after a quiet 2-week trip, arrived back in Rangoon on February 18th. They were deeply discouraged. Their mission had completely failed. The emperor had refused to grant them permission to spread the Christian faith, and any Burman who left Buddhism to become a Christian would face the anger of the king. Mr. Judson quickly decided to move the mission to Chittagong, where, under British protection, he could preach Christ to people who spoke Burmese. He gathered his converts and those interested in the gospel and openly told them about the failure in Ava. He described the suffering any Burman would face if they became a Christian and shared his reluctant plan to leave the country. To his great surprise, his converts remained firm. They said they were willing to endure persecution, even death, rather than turn away from Christ. They begged him not to leave. "Stay, at least," they said, "until a little church of 10 is gathered and a native teacher is in place. Then, if you must go, we won't object. In that case, we won't worry. This religion will spread on its own. The emperor can't stop it." Their courage persuaded Judson to stay in Rangoon. However, it was agreed that Mr. Coleman and his wife should go to Chittagong to find the few converts left by the English Baptists and preach the gospel to the Arakanese people. Chittagong could also serve as a refuge for the Judsons and their Burmese disciples if they were ever forced to flee Rangoon. On March 27, 1820, Mr. Coleman set out for Arakan. There, after a short but brave missionary effort, he died at Cox's Bazar on July 4, 1822. So Mr. and Mrs. Judson once again found themselves alone in Rangoon. The Howes, the Wheelocks, and the Colemans had all departed. Only the Judsons remained, together with their small group of 3 converts, continuing their struggle against the darkness of paganism. Yet, in this darkest moment, something unexpected happened. The Spirit of God began to move powerfully among the Burmans. Within 5 months, even as the threat of persecution loomed, 7 more Burmans came to faith and were baptized one after another. Among them were Mong Shwagnyong, a learned and skeptical man, and Moulmein, the first woman to be baptized. The little church of 3 native believers quickly grew into a church of 10. At this hopeful turning point, Mrs. Judson's health broke down completely. To save her life, Mr. Judson had to take her to Calcutta. They left Rangoon on July 19, 1820, and arrived in Calcutta on August 18th. How painful it must have been to leave their small but growing mission, just when, after years of labor, the Burmans were finally turning to Christ with eagerness and faith. During 3 months in Serampore, near Calcutta, Mrs. Judson's health improved greatly. The 2 weary missionaries enjoyed peaceful fellowship with the English Baptists living there, especially with the kind family of Mr. Ho. But Mr. Judson's peace was troubled by deep concern for those few sheep that I have left in the Burman wilderness. His prayer was, "Oh, may the great shepherd feed the little flock, gather the lambs with his arm, and carry them in his bosom." On November 23rd, Mr. and Mrs. Judson set sail once again for Rangoon, arriving on January 5, 1821. The journey was longer and more difficult than any they had taken before. The brig was small and overcrowded with native passengers, leaving them no room to walk or move about on deck. Worse still, the ship was infested with scorpions and centipedes, forcing them to sleep fully enclosed in curtains each night for protection. They also faced harsh conditions at sea, strong headwinds, frequent violent storms, and some of the most terrifying thunder and lightning they had ever seen. What was usually a 10 to 15-day voyage took them 6 exhausting weeks. Yet when they finally arrived in Rangoon, their joy was great, and they returned immediately to their missionary work. Soon afterward, Mr. Judson faced the painful decision of sending his wife to America. Though it meant being separated for at least 2 years, it was necessary to preserve her life, a life both precious to him and vital to the future of the Burmese mission. Following through with this decision, Mrs. Judson departed for Calcutta on August 21, 1821, to begin her journey to America. Mr. Judson's letters during her absence show moments where his usually strong spirit began to falter. And even as she traveled toward her homeland, Mrs. Judson looked back with longing. It was hard to leave Rangoon, even for America. She was warmly welcomed by the Christians in England and stayed at the home of Mr. Butterworthy, a Member of Parliament. Later, in a public speech, he spoke of her visit and said it reminded him of the scripture, "Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares." She arrived in America on September 25, 1822, and remained until June 22, 1823. Her visit stirred up strong missionary enthusiasm, and when she returned to Burma, she was joined by 2 new missionaries, Mr. and Mrs. Wade. She reached Rangoon on December 5, 1823, after being gone for just over 2 years. She found her husband continuing in the work, having made real progress and with greater plans for the future. After she left, Mr. Judson had remained alone in Rangoon for nearly 4 months, laboring entirely by himself. Then, on December 31, 1821, Reverend Jonathan Price, Maryland, a medical missionary, arrived with his family and joined the mission. About a month later, Mr. Hope and his family also returned from Calcutta. Sadly, on May 2, 1822, Mrs. Price died after just 5 months in the country. She was buried beside Mr. Judson's little son, Roger. Dr. Price's medical skill, especially in performing cataract surgeries, soon drew the attention of the Emperor in Ava. He was summoned to the royal court, and Mr. Judson decided to go with him, hoping this new opportunity might finally open the door for the gospel in the capital. So, on August 28, 1822, Mr. Judson began his second journey to Ava, traveling with Dr. Price, and now at the government's expense. Meanwhile, the little church in Rangoon had grown from 10 members to 18. Mr. Judson and Dr. Price spent 5 months in Ava and returned to Rangoon in February 1823. They had been warmly received by the Emperor, who, impressed by Dr. Price's medical skills, invited both men to take up residence in the capital. At last, it seemed that the door was open to establish a mission in Ava. Mr. Judson, always eager to reach the regions beyond, saw this as his opportunity. With the Hosts and Wades able to care for the young church in Rangoon, why not plant a church at the very heart of the empire, near the throne itself? But before making such a bold move, he waited for Mrs. Judson's return. 10 months passed between his return from Ava and her arrival in Rangoon. During this time, he completed his translation of the New Testament into Burmese and prepared a summary of the Old Testament to serve as an introduction to the Gospel story. On December 13, 1823, just 8 days after Mrs. Judson's return, the two of them set out together for Ava. They arrived on January 23, 1824. This moment marked a turning point in Mr. Judson's life. His eager, active nature was about to be tested in a different way, not through labor, but through suffering. The record of his work now gave way to the story of his endurance. Chapter 7. Life in Ava and Oung-pen-la, covering 1823 to 1826. When Mr. and Mrs. Judson left Rangoon to settle in Ava, the outlook was hopeful. They had left behind a small but thriving church of 18 Burman converts, cared for by Mr. and Mrs. Ho and Mr. and Mrs. Wade. The king had invited them to live in the capital and granted them a piece of land on which to build a mission house. They believed they were under royal protection and favor. Several high-ranking officials appeared open to the Christian faith, and Dr. Price had gained widespread respect for his medical work. They began at once to build a small house, and Mrs. Judson soon opened a school with 3 native girls. Mr. Judson preached in Burmese each Sunday at Dr. Price's house and held worship services every evening. But a storm was brewing. War between Burma and the British government in India was near. For 2 years, Christians in America were left in anxious uncertainty, with no word from their missionaries in Ava. Only fervent and united prayer eased the tension of the unknown. The cause of the war was the region of Chittagong, a narrow stretch of coastal land on Burma's western edge, where Mr. Coleman had gone to prepare a safe place for the Judsons, in case they were forced out of Rangoon. Though it was under British control, Burmese refugees fleeing their cruel rulers had taken shelter there. The Burmese king demanded that the British hand over these refugees, claiming Chittagong rightly belonged to Burma. His pride and underestimation of British strength led him to believe not only that he could retake Chittagong, but that he might even conquer all of Bengal. When war finally broke out, suspicion fell heavily on all white foreigners living in Ava. They were immediately accused of being spies for the British. Mr. Judson wrote,
I was seized on the 8th of June, 1824, because of the war with Bengal. Along with Dr. Price, 3 Englishmen, 1 American, and 1 Greek, I was thrown into the death prison at Ava. We remained there for 11 months, 9 months in 3 pairs of fetters, and 2 months in 5 pairs. The suffering we endured I would gladly forget. We were later moved from Ava to a prison in the village of Oung-pen-la, about 10 miles away. The journey was so brutal that the Greek prisoner died on the way, and several of us, myself included, could barely move for days. The government intended to sacrifice us as a way to ensure victory against the foreigners, but the sudden disgrace and death of the official who proposed it stopped the plan. I remained in the Oung-pen-la prison for 6 months in 1 pair of fetters. Then I was taken out of chains and sent under strict guard to the Burmese headquarters at Moulmein to serve as interpreter and translator. After 2 more months, I returned to Ava and was released through the intervention of Mung Shwalu, the North Governor of the palace, and placed under his care. During the 6 weeks I lived with him, the situation of the government grew desperate as British forces steadily approached Ava. Dr. Price had already been sent twice to try to negotiate peace. I resisted this duty for as long as I could, but was eventually forced to join him. We met the British at Pagan and returned to Ava with their final terms. There I had the joy of securing the release of the last of my fellow prisoners. On the 21st of the month, I finally received the government's reluctant permission to leave Ava with Mrs. Judson.
In these few simple words, Mr. Judson leaves unspoken the full weight of the horrors he endured in the harsh confinement of a Burmese prison. But when we look more closely, the severity of his experience becomes painfully clear. His imprisonment was notable not just for its brutality, but for how long it lasted. For 9 months, he was shackled in 3 pairs of fetters. For 2 more months, in 5 pairs. After that, he spent 6 months with a single pair of chains on his legs. For 2 months, he was technically a prisoner at large, and for nearly 2 more months, though out of prison, he was still held in Ava under the constant watch of the North Governor of the palace. In total, his confinement stretched to almost 21 long months. Much of this time was spent in a vile and filthy prison known by the dreadful name Let Mayun, a name that in Burmese means hand shrink not. The prison was infamous for the cruelty that happened inside it. To Burmese ears, the name alone stirred deep fear. It spoke of the worst kinds of suffering, suffering so severe that even an executioner might hesitate. But Let Mayun called that executioner to silence his pity, and not hold back. Thine eye shall not pity, and thine hand not spare. The Let Mayun was a building about 40 feet long and 30 feet wide. Its walls were 5 or 6 feet high, but the center of the sloped roof reached nearly twice that height. There was no ventilation except for gaps between the wooden boards and the door, which was usually shut. The thin roof offered little protection from the scorching rays of the tropical sun. Inside this room, nearly 100 prisoners, men and women of many nationalities, were held. Dr. Price described his first impression of the prison like this.
A small bamboo door opened and I got up to walk toward it. But oh, how can I describe what I felt? Shackled like a criminal in the hands of executioners, the lowest sort of men, driven like a dog into his kennel. My wife and dear family were left to suffer alone, exposed to the cruelty of such wretches. But worse was still ahead. As I climbed the steep steps, I was led into the main room. What horror! I will never forget the sight as long as I live. A dim lamp in the center barely lit the darkness and revealed to me a shocking scene. 60 or 70 miserable people, some locked in stocks, others tied to long poles, some just chained. All of them aware that a new prisoner meant more suffering for them. I was stunned and stood still, staring, until I was pushed forward toward the far end. There I stopped again, shocked by something unexpected. Until now, I hadn't known what had happened to my companions. A long row of pale figures lay crowded together on the floor. It was clear they were in a terrible condition. I was pushed ahead again. Poor old Rogers moved aside to keep the end of the bamboo and made space for me to lie down next to Mr. Judson. "We all hoped you had escaped. You took so long to arrive," was the first kind greeting I had heard, but sadly it came from friends whose sympathy could do nothing to help us now.
An Englishman who was imprisoned with Mr. Judson gave this description of the inside of the jail.
The only furnishings in the place were these. First, and most noticeable, was a massive row of stocks, similar to the old ones once used in England, now mostly gone, though broken-down examples still exist in some small-town markets. This large stock could hold more than a dozen prisoners. Like a giant alligator, it opened and shut with a loud snap on those caught in its grip. Around it were several smaller versions of the same device, each holding a pair of helpless prisoners by the leg. There were also heavy wooden beams with holes for the feet, secured with wooden pins to keep them locked in. In the centre of the room stood a tripod holding a large clay bowl filled with earth oil, used as a lamp during the night. Finally, there was a simple but ominous-looking device, which I was unfortunate enough to experience before long. It was a long bamboo pole hanging from the roof by ropes on both ends, moved up and down using pulleys. In front of me, lying on the floor, were 40 or 50 poor souls whose crimes or misfortunes had brought them into this place of misery. Most were nearly naked, and the starved, skeletal appearance of many showed clearly the long suffering they had endured. Very few were without chains, and some had one or both feet locked in stocks as well. The level of squalid misery was almost beyond imagination. The place was quiet. Perhaps the prisoners were too consumed with their own pain to notice or care about the arrival of someone new like me. I was told the prison had never been cleaned, not even swept since it was built, and I had no reason to doubt it. The condition of the place made that obvious, and no effort was made to clean it during the 11 months I stayed there. The stench had become a permanent part of the building, soaked into the floors and walls, which reeked constantly. As expected in such filth, the place was crawling with insects, and I quickly gave up most of my clothing to keep some comfort.
Surely it was more than enough for Mr. Judson to be locked in such a hot, stinking, suffocating place without also having 5 pairs of iron shackles weighing down his ankles and legs, scars from which he carried for the rest of his life. Like the Apostle Paul, he could say, "I bear in my body the marks of the Lord Jesus." Each pair of shackles had 2 rings connected by a chain so short that he could barely move one foot past the other. He could only shuffle forward a few inches at a time. The 5 pairs together weighed around 14 pounds, and when they were finally removed, the change in weight caused a strange feeling of imbalance, as if the head had become too heavy for the feet. At night, to prevent escape, the prisoners were tied to a long bamboo pole.
"When night came,"
wrote one of Mr. Judson's fellow prisoners,
"the father of the place came in and walked toward our corner. Now we saw the purpose of the bamboo. It was passed between the legs of each of us, 7 in all, and once we were all lined up, a man at each end lifted it using pulleys. It was raised to a height where our shoulders touched the ground, but our feet hung down, held by the iron rings of our shackles. How high it was raised was left to the judgment of our kind parent, who stayed to make sure it wasn't so high as to kill us, nor so low as to spare us pain. In the morning, our considerate keeper returned with his usual grin and lowered the bamboo to about a foot off the floor, to our great relief, as the blood began to move again in our numb legs."
When Mr. Judson endured these humiliations and tortures, he was 36 years old, at the peak of his strength. By then, his body was well developed and capable of enduring suffering. He had always taken great care of his health. Even before leaving America, he followed these habits. First, to breathe in deeply and fully expand his lungs often. Second, to sponge his whole body with cold water every day. And third, and most importantly, to take regular, disciplined walks for exercise. He also had that tough, wiry build that often survives longer than expected through extended hardship. This worked in his favor. But at the same time, he was a scholar, not used to physical suffering. His once strong health had been weakened by 10 years of intense study in a tropical climate, and in more recent years, repeated bouts of fever and chills had nearly broken his body. He had grown up in the cool, invigorating air of New England, and during the long, miserable hours in prison, his thoughts must have often turned to the peaceful, green hills of his childhood, set in stark contrast to the filth and heat of his prison cell. He also had an energetic and orderly mind, which made the forced idleness of 21 months especially painful. His translation of the Burmese Bible remained unfinished, and the work of 10 years in Rangoon was falling apart in his absence. He ached to preach the gospel. Now that he had finally mastered the language, he felt like the prophet Jeremiah. His word was in mine heart, as a burning fire shut up in my bones. With a sensitive and high-strung temperament, he was especially vulnerable to discomfort. One fellow prisoner noted, "His painful dislike of anything dirty or repulsive, almost to the point of absurdity, made life a constant martyrdom for him." Such a finely tuned nature must have recoiled instinctively from the filth of the dungeon and the misery of those around him. The cramped, unchanging position he was forced to keep, day and night, along with the constant pain of the shackles, made the suffering nearly unbearable. There was also much to deeply disturb his moral sense. He was forced into close contact with the lowest criminals in the Burman capital. His pure eyes had to look upon their vile and hardened faces, and his ears were constantly assaulted by their crude, blasphemous jokes. Over and over again, he witnessed prisoners being tortured with cords and mallets, and had to listen to their screams of pain. He was also a man of deep and tender love. The emotional torment he must have felt thinking of his dear wife was intense. Walking alone through the hot, crowded streets, constantly facing insults from harsh Burman officials, each day bringing or sending food to the jail, easing the prisoners' suffering by bribing the guards, going from one official to another, begging for her husband's release, pleading so movingly that once even the old prison governor was brought to tears. She carried their baby, Maria, in her arms all the way to that terrible place, Oung-pen-la, with nothing but a rough cart for transport. The jolting ride, combined with the extreme heat and dust, nearly drove her to collapse. She cared for her baby and the little Burmese girls under her care through a long battle with smallpox, and finally, completely worn out, she herself was struck down, brought near death by that same dreadful disease, followed by the terrifying spotted fever. Add to all these horrors of Mr. Judson's imprisonment the constant, daily, sometimes hourly, expectation of torture or death, and it becomes hard to imagine a heavier burden of misery. The prisoners all knew they had been arrested as spies. The Burman king and his generals were furious over the swift, unexpected victories of the English army, and Judson and the others had every reason to believe that this pent-up rage would soon be taken out on them. It was common to interrogate prisoners with torture, using cords and iron mallets. Rumors of terrible fates echoed constantly in their ears. One day, they heard the guards at night sharpening knives to behead them in the morning. Another day, they believed they were to be thrown into the cage of a huge, starving lioness, whose angry roars could be heard through the prison walls. Then it was said they would be burned alive with the prison itself as an offering. Other times, they were told they would be buried alive at the front of the Burman army to ensure victory in battle. Mr. Gauger described the intense mental agony they suffered, especially around the hour of 3 in the afternoon.
Inside the prison walls, nothing much happened until 3 o'clock, but as that hour drew near, all the noise, the talking and joking, gradually faded away. A heavy silence fell, as though everyone was under a deep spell of fear. Then came the deep sound of a gong ringing from the palace yard, and everything went still. If anyone spoke, it was in a whisper. It felt like even breathing had stopped. Fear so deep it could not be spoken filled every heart. We soon learned why. If any prisoners were to be executed that day, it always happened at 3. The way it was done showed a cruel love of terror. Just as the gong finished tolling, a small door opened, and in walked a frightening figure, a man covered in spots. He said nothing, just walked directly to his victim, often the first time the person knew they were to die. Most prisoners like us didn't know their fate ahead of time, and the mystery of it all made it even worse. Each one of us feared, right up until the end, that the dreaded figure might come for us. When the doomed man left with his captor, and the door shut behind them, the rest of us could breathe again. For one more day our lives were spared. I have described this scene exactly as I saw it happen. On that first day, 2 men were taken away in total silence. No questions from those left behind, no explanations from those in charge. Everyone knew what it meant. After learning this cruel routine, we too began to share in the daily dread. We trembled at the sound of the gong and at the appearance of the pake. It was a solemn and powerful reminder, repeated every day. Be ye also ready.
It is no surprise that, surrounded by such horrors, Mr. Judson found refuge in the quiet trust taught by Madame Guyon, often repeating her gentle lines.
No place I seek, but to fulfill in life and death thy lovely will. No help in my woes I want, except what thou art pleased to grant. Our days are numbered. Let us spare our anxious hearts a needless care. 'Tis thine to number out our days, and ours to give them to thy praise.
Chapter 8. Life in Amherst, 1826 to 1827. The Treaty of Peace between the British and Burmese commissioners was signed on February 24, 1826. On March 6, just days later, Mr. and Mrs. Judson, along with their infant daughter Maria, left the British camp at Yan Tabo. They travelled down the Irrawaddy River in a British gunboat and reached Rangoon on March 21, 1826. At last, free from the long nightmare of their imprisonment, Mr. Judson returned to his missionary work with renewed passion. The British, recognizing his skill, offered him a position as interpreter with a salary of $3,000. But he declined the offer. Like the late Professor Agassiz, he said he had no time to make money. Mr. Judson had recovered quickly from the effects of prison and was now in excellent health.
Even little Maria,
He wrote,
who was born a few months after I was imprisoned, adding to her parents' sorrow, and who has been a sad, crying little thing, perhaps by instinct, has begun to smile and show signs that she knows we have been set free.
Missionary reinforcements had already arrived from America. While Mr. Wade was waiting in Calcutta for the war to end, he was joined by George Dana Boardman, whose short but deeply devoted life would make his name especially cherished among American Christians. Boardman seemed like the ideal missionary. He was well prepared for the work through his love of study, kind and affectionate nature, and deep spiritual devotion. Not long before, he had picked up a newspaper and read of Coleman's untimely death in Arakan. In that moment, the thought came to him, "Who will go to take his place?" And he answered without hesitation, "I will go." He had married Sarah Hall, a native of Salem, Massachusetts. Those who knew her spoke of her faultless features, shaped like the Greek ideal, with clear, glowing skin, gentle blue eyes, and soft brown hair that gleamed golden in the sunlight. Her English friends in Calcutta called her the most refined and flawless example of an American woman they had ever met. From a young age, she had a strong desire to serve in missions. At just 10 years old, she wrote a poem mourning the death of Mrs. Judson's infant son Roger in Rangoon. Little did she know that years later she would step into the role of her childhood heroine, Ann Judson, who, exhausted by the horrors of Ava and Oung-pen-la, would find her final rest beneath a hopia tree in Amherst. While waiting in Calcutta, Mr. Wade and Mr. Boardman were eager for news from the Judsons. They did not waste the time, however. They studied the Burmese language as best they could and preached in English at the Circular Road Baptist Chapel, where their efforts led to many conversions and baptisms. When news finally came from Mr. Judson, they were ready to join him and serve wherever he thought best. But to return to Mr. Judson in Rangoon. Not only had the war driven away the other white missionaries and their wives, but the native church had greatly diminished. When he left, there were 18 baptized believers. On his return, he found only 4. Yet, with the exception of 2, none had brought shame on their Christian witness. The respected teacher, Maung Shwagnong, had gone inland and later died of cholera. The 4 faithful ones who remained were Maung Shwaba, who had stayed at the mission house, Maung Ing, who had loyally helped Mrs. Judson throughout her long suffering in Ava, and 2 devoted women, Ma-men-la and Ma-dok, who had been living on boats in Prome, halfway between Rangoon and Ava, and who at once chose to return to Rangoon with the Judsons. These 4 were ready to go wherever Mr. Judson believed the mission should continue. Remaining in Rangoon was not an option. The English still held the city, but only temporarily, until the Burmese paid their war debt. By the end of the year, the British forces withdrew, and the Burmese took back control of their key port. If the missionaries stayed, they would fall again under the harsh rule of Burman tyranny. Worse still, the king in Ava was especially angry with the people of the south, who had submitted to the British. Many peaceful civilians were likely to be slaughtered by royal troops. The country was in chaos. After the war came famine, and wild animals grew bold. Tigers roamed the outskirts of Rangoon, attacking livestock and people. One was even killed inside the city itself. Faced with such dangers and unrest, the missionaries had no choice but to leave Rangoon. There was now no longer a need for the missionaries to remain in Rangoon in order to reach the Burmese people. One major result of the war was that the British had taken control of a large portion of Burma's coastline. The Tenasserim provinces had been ceded to them. This region stretched along the sea for 500 miles, with a width of 40 to 80 miles. It was inhabited by many Burmans, and due to the cruelty of the Burmese king, a great number of refugees from the interior were expected to flee into this safer British-held territory. Here, under the protection of the British flag, the Judsons could freely teach the Christian faith without fear of persecution. But where, along this long stretch of coast, should the mission be based? At that moment, Mr. Judson was invited by Mr. Crawford, the British Civil Commissioner of the newly acquired province, to join him on a survey trip. The goal was to find the best location for a new capital, a town that would serve as the center of government and military operations in the region. Because of his fluency in the Burmese language, Mr. Judson was an ideal companion for such a task. Together, Mr. Judson and Mr. Crawford chose a promontory at the mouth of the Salwen River, where it meets the sea. The land there was high and faced the ocean boldly. The climate was healthy, and the view of the distant hills of Balu Island was especially beautiful. The town was named Amherst in honor of the Governor-General of India. On July 2, 1826, Mr. and Mrs. Judson began their missionary work in Amherst. They had with them the 4 faithful converts from Rangoon as the beginning of a new native church, and they expected soon to be joined by Mr. and Mrs. Wade and Mr. and Mrs. Boardman. As some of the first settlers, the Judsons lived right in the jungle. There was great hope for rapid growth in the new town. 300 Burmans had just arrived, and 3,000 more were said to be on their way by boat. It seemed likely that in 2 or 3 years, a town of 20 or 30,000 people could rise on this healthy, wooded point of land. But before the mission work could truly begin, Mr. Judson was reluctantly called away to Ava, the very place of his former imprisonment. The British government wanted to negotiate a commercial treaty with the Burmese king, and Mr. Crawford, the civil commissioner of the new provinces, was appointed to lead the mission. He asked Mr. Judson to join him as part of the embassy. Judson's deep knowledge of the Burmese language and people made him the ideal candidate for such a difficult and delicate task. At first, Mr. Judson refused. He had no interest in diplomacy and longed to throw himself fully back into gospel work. But when he was told that his presence might help persuade the Burmese court to include a clause guaranteeing religious liberty, opening the whole country to Christian preaching, he agreed, though with a heavy heart. The harsh religious intolerance of the Burmese government had long been the greatest barrier to his mission. To win freedom of worship for the Burmese people was something he had prayed and labored for without success. This decision, though made with careful thought and good intentions, turned out to be deeply sorrowful. Mr. Judson arrived in Ava with the British Embassy on September 30th, 1826, and remained for about 2.5 months. These weeks became one of the darkest seasons of his life. He had to face again the place where he had suffered in prison, but now without the wife and child who had shared those horrors with him. He found himself locked in long, wearisome negotiations with a court marked by stubbornness and religious bigotry. The king would not consider granting his people freedom of worship. Then, on November 4th, a sealed letter was delivered into Mr. Judson's hands. Inside was the devastating news that his beloved wife, Anne, was dead. After her husband departed for Ava, Anne Judson began her work in Amherst with courage and determination. She built a small bamboo house for herself and 2 schoolhouses. In one, she gathered 10 Burman children and placed them under the care of the faithful Moulmein. In the other, she led the few native converts in worship each Sunday. But in the midst of this sacred labor, she was struck by fever. Her strength, already worn down by the hardships she had endured during their time in Ava and Oung-pen-la, could not withstand the illness. On October 24th, 1826, in the 37th year of her life, she passed away. The hands once so busy with acts of devotion were stilled in sudden rest. She died far from the one she had loved since girlhood, whom she had followed for 14 years across oceans, through jungles, and into unfamiliar cities. She had shared in his studies, borne his hardships, brightened his darkest days with her radiant spirit, and with unmatched courage and faithfulness had comforted him in prison. The one who might have known how to treat the fever, from his own past sufferings, was far away in Ava. No missionary stood at her side to offer words of Christian comfort. The Burman converts, like sorrowful children, gathered helplessly around their white mamma. Strangers tended to her in her final moments, hearing her last, faint, wandering words. And under these quiet and lonely circumstances, her gentle spirit left this world for the glory of the New Jerusalem. Mr. Judson returned to Amherst on January 24, 1827. The native Christians welcomed him with weeping, for his arrival reminded them afresh of the deep sorrow they had felt at the death of Mrs. Judson. His heart was broken. His motherless infant daughter had been lovingly cared for by Mrs. Wade. Mr. and Mrs. Wade had arrived from Calcutta about 2 months earlier, and Mr. Judson now made his temporary home with them. 2 months later, Mr. and Mrs. Boardman also arrived, bringing the missionary team to 5. However, the little church of 4 native believers lost one of its number, Moulmein. This faithful fisherman, who had stood by Mrs. Judson during her hardest days in Ava, had chosen on his own to begin a missionary journey to his old fishing grounds, Tavoy and Mergi, towns located farther down the Tenasserim coast. He was now setting out to become a fisher of men. Mr. Boardman, after meeting Mr. Judson for the first time, remarked,
"He looks as if worn out with sufferings and sorrows."
Yet despite his grief, Mr. Judson did not turn away from the work. He gathered the Burmese for public worship every Sunday, and each day new seekers came quietly into the house during family devotions to learn about the Christian faith. At the same time, he was revising parts of the Burmese New Testament, adjusting sections he felt had not been translated well enough the first time. He admitted that his great weakness was a lust for finishing. He also completed 2 catechisms for use in Burmese schools, one on astronomy and the other on geography. In his grief, he found some comfort by beginning a translation of the Book of Psalms. Little Maria was the comfort of her father's studies, but she too was taken from him.
On April 24, 1827,
He wrote,
my little daughter Maria breathed her last, aged 2 years and 3 months, and her emancipated spirit fled, I trust, to the arms of her fond mother.
Mr. Boardman, who had only recently arrived from Calcutta, built a coffin and made all the arrangements for the burial. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Maria was laid to rest beside her mother under the hopia tree.
After leaving the grave,
Mr. Boardman wrote,
we had a delightful conversation on the kindness and tender mercies of our Heavenly Father. Brother Judson seemed carried above his grief.
And so, at the age of 39, Mr. Judson found himself utterly alone in the world, bereaved of his wife and both his children. The time had come to close the small mission at Amherst, which had begun under such sorrowful circumstances. The town was quickly being overshadowed by Moulmein, a new settlement about 25 miles farther north at the mouth of the Salven River. Though Amherst had 230 houses and a population of about 1,200, Moulmein had already grown to 20,000 residents within a year of its founding. This shift was caused by a disagreement between the civil commissioner, Mr. Crawford, and the commander-in-chief, Sir Archibald Campbell. Sir Archibald chose Moulmein instead of Amherst as the base for his army, believing it to be a stronger strategic position. Amherst's harbour, though large and deep, was hard to reach and more dangerous during the southwest monsoon because it was farther from the river's mouth. With the army and its leadership based in Moulmein, settlers naturally followed, and it quickly became clear that Moulmein, not Amherst, would be the capital of the Tenasserim provinces. So the mission was moved there. On May 28, 1827, Meister and Mrs. Boardman relocated from Amherst to a fragile bamboo mission house about a mile south of the English cantonments. The land had been given by Sir Archibald Campbell.
It was a lonely place,
They said.
and the thick jungle nearby was home to wild animals whose howls echoed eerily through the night.
On August 10th, Mr. Judson left Amherst, leaving behind the little garden, the hopia tree, and the graves that held the remains of those he had loved most on earth. He went to join the Boardmans in Moulmein. On November 14th, Mr. and Mrs. Wade arrived, bringing with them the native Christians and 13 Burman schoolchildren. But Ma-men-la, the first female convert among the Burmese, had already been buried beside her beloved white mama. Sorrows rarely come one at a time like secret messengers, but often they come all together like an army. 6 months passed between the deaths of Mrs. Judson and little Maria, and within 3 months after Maria was buried, before Mr. Judson even left Amherst, he heard that his elderly father had died in Scituate, Massachusetts, on November 26, 1826, at the age of 75. Chapter 9. Life in Moulmein, 1827 to 1831. Mr. Judson was now 40 years old. He had reached the middle of life, no longer young, but not yet old, a time when one naturally reflects both on the past and the future. At 19, he had graduated from college. At 20, he was converted. At 22, he committed himself to foreign missions. At 24, he married Anne Hasseltine and sailed for India. At 25, he arrived in Rangoon. At 31, he baptized the first Burman convert. At 35, he finished translating the New Testament into Burmese. At 36, he was imprisoned and shackled in Ava. At 38, he received word of his wife's death. At 39, he buried his little Maria beneath the hopia tree beside her mother. Now, at 40, he stood alone. It would not have been strange if he asked himself, "What have I to show for all I've done and suffered?" Many of his highest hopes had been broken. His family was gone. The little church in Rangoon had nearly disappeared. Only a few Burmans had come to faith in the living God. A deep loneliness fills all his letters from this time. His sorrow was deepened by the slow response of American Christians to send more missionaries. Often he felt abandoned, left out on the spiritual front lines with little support. A letter written after his death by his surviving widow revealed how deeply he longed for encouragement and cooperation from fellow believers back home.
I cannot regret that Dr. Judson has gone. I believe it would have broken his heart to see Burma open, and yet such a lack of missionary spirit. God spared him that trial, and though it has left me so very desolate, I feel a sort of gladness too when I think of it. I suppose he sees it there, but he can understand it better.
The transition from Amherst to Moulmein marked a turning point. The fiery enthusiasm of youth no longer drove him. His body had been weakened by the long months of torture in Ava and Oung-pen-la. He was utterly alone. But his strong nature did not give way to despair. Though at times he drifted close to a kind of severe ascetic piety, his balanced spirit always found its way back. He drew strength from new work and even deeper personal sacrifice. His devotion was never loud or showy. Mrs. E.C. Judson later wrote,
I was first drawn to him by the freshness, the originality, if I may call it that, of his goodness. His religion was woven through his letters and his conversation like a silver thread, impossible to separate from the whole.
He was a man of prayer. His usual habit was to pray while walking. One who knew him well said his best and freest time for meditation and prayer was while walking briskly in the open air. Still, he also prayed faithfully in his room, and his children had come to recognize the sound of his footsteps. When they heard the steady, quick pacing back and forth, they would say, "Papa is praying." During this time of sickness, sorrow, and solitude, his spiritual devotion led him into great acts of self-denial. He had been granted 5,200 rupees by the Governor-General of India for his service in negotiating the Treaty of Yandabo and participating in the embassy to Ava. In addition to this, the gifts he received during his stay in Ava totaled another 2,000 rupees. But he gave all of it, every coin, into the mission treasury. He didn't consider it a personal gift or donation. In his view, anything a missionary earned through necessary or related outside duties rightly belonged to the mission board that supported him. Not only did he give up these financial rewards freely, but he also transferred his entire personal savings, carefully gathered over many years, into the mission's account in one sweeping act of surrender. And money wasn't the only worldly desire he sacrificed. He put to death his natural craving for recognition and honor, a trait that had been deeply rooted in him, and which had been encouraged by his parents from an early age. He often said that his pride and ambition received their first fatal blow when he became a Baptist. He even refused the honorary Doctor of Divinity degree offered to him by Brown University in 1823. Writing Mr. Judson's biography is made more difficult by the fact that he intentionally destroyed as much of his personal correspondence as he could, including a letter of thanks from the Governor-General of India and other similar documents. He was determined that no one would have material to use in writing praise about him. He wanted simply to do his work, then forget it, and for everyone else to forget it too. Yet Mr. Judson had a deep love for literature and language. His letters contain many poetic gems, both original and quoted. Burman literature, filled with Buddhist texts and beautiful poetry, was a rich and largely unexplored field. He was often drawn to follow the intricate paths it offered his scholarly mind and to uncover its treasures. He even considered translating some of these works into English, hoping they might awaken greater interest in missions among thoughtful readers in the West. But he refused. He turned away from that tempting path. He was firmly resolved to know nothing among the Burmans but Jesus Christ, and Him crucified. As a missionary, he refused to spread his mental energy across the wide fields of literature and philosophy. Instead, he chose to stay in the narrow, God-given path of unfolding the Word of God and sharing it with those who were dying without it. But perhaps the greatest sacrifice of all was the denial of his natural social instincts. It wasn't that he lacked warmth or sociability that led him to avoid public dinners or to distance himself from polite society, including the cultivated company of Sir Archibald Campbell and other refined Englishmen. He was called odd by some, but not because he was a harsh or reclusive fanatic retreating into the jungle by nature. On the contrary, those who knew him well said that
perhaps his most striking quality to a casual observer was the depth and natural charm of his sociability.
There was even a hint of truth in a mocking remark made by a fashionable lady who said,
Judson stayed away from society not out of principle, but out of fear, like a drunkard afraid to taste, lest he not know when to stop.
Mrs. Judson wrote,
His ready humour, his gift for vivid illustration, his open-hearted, gentlemanly kindness made his conversation especially bright and enjoyable, and such exchanges of thought and feeling were his delight.
She added,
He was not a born angel, cut off from human nature by his religion.
His spirit was not like that of the stern reformer and theologian who lived beside the beauty of Lake Geneva, yet never once in all his writings hinted at any awareness of its charm. Judson was, as one has said of another,
a man who could truly enter into others' feelings and carry their thoughts, rather than pressing his own with cold resistance.
He was, in truth, not too bright or good for human nature's daily food. For transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles. The author, recalling his own few childhood memories of his father, remembered especially the tenderness with which he was cared for during illness. A fellow missionary once said,
"He had a peculiarly fascinating way of endearing himself to everyone whose hearts were open to his kindness."
Mrs. E.C. Judson also wrote,
He was always planning little surprises for family and neighbours, and continued through our married life those small, tender acts of affection which I believe most husbands tend to forget. There was always a kind of romance about him, I use the word for lack of a better one, that kept everyday life from ever becoming ordinary. If he went out early while I was still asleep, he would often leave a sweet message pinned to my mosquito curtain. If a meeting or duty kept him out later than expected, or even if it didn't, he would often send a brief penciled note to reassure me. And while sitting at his study desk, something thoughtful, funny, or affectionate, jotted on a scrap of paper or a torn edge of newspaper, would find its way to my room. He was always earnest, enthusiastic, and sympathetic, even in the smallest matters, tender, thoughtful, and attentive. He was never moody, as some have claimed, but always open-hearted, whether in sadness or joy. Even in his playfulness, he was intellectual, and the more personal the moment, the more uplifting it was.
These small gestures, so often extended to his fellow missionaries, showed how fully he shared in their joys and sorrows. When the Bennets had sent their children back to America, Mr. Judson surprised them with a touching gift, portraits of their children which he had quietly arranged to have sent from the United States. He had a remarkable gift for comforting the sorrowful, a true son of consolation. A woman he visited after the death of her mother wrote to a friend,
"He must have been deeply sympathetic himself, or he could not have entered into everyone's grief so easily."
Whenever someone was in trouble, he was sure to be there. His voice alone seemed able to reach the deepest part of a wounded heart. We left Mr. Judson by the fresh graves of his wife and child in Amherst. Amherst and Moulmein, only 25 miles apart along the coast of the newly settled Tenasserim province, were at that time vying to become the capital of British Burma. Both towns had been built in the jungle and were relying on an influx of refugees, people fleeing the harshness of Burmese despotism for the more humane rule of the British. As mentioned earlier, the decision of Sir Archibald Campbell to station his army in Moulmein tipped the scale decisively. Moulmein rapidly grew into a large city, while Amherst faded into obscurity. At first, the missionaries planned to maintain 2 stations, Mr. and Mrs. Wade in Amherst, Mr. and Mrs. Boardman in Moulmein, with Mr. Judson travelling between the two. But it soon became clear that holding on to Amherst was not sustainable, so they chose to concentrate all their efforts in Moulmein. Moulmein was situated on the western bank at the mouth of the Salwen River. The town stretched mostly along one main street that followed the river for about 2 miles. Behind it, a line of hills rose, some crowned with graceful pagodas. In front, the wide and fast-flowing Salwen River moved past, where an English sloop of war was anchored and uniquely shaped Indian boats came and went with the tides. Across the river lay Martaban, still under Burmese control and known as a haven for bandits and pirates. Far out to sea, the high hills of Balu Island could be seen in the distance. The Boardmans were the first to move to Moulmein, followed soon after by the Wades, and finally Mr. Judson arrived. In Mr. Boardman's journal, dated August 12, 1827, he recorded the following.
The Burman merchant to whom I'd given books visited me yesterday to ask further questions about a point he didn't fully understand. While he was here, the village headman also arrived. Together with our Burman teacher, who himself seems to be inquiring, they began a detailed discussion about Christian history and doctrine. In the midst of this conversation, how great was my joy to see Mr. Judson approaching the house. It now seems likely that we shall all be settled together in this place.
The mission house, built by the Boardmans at the mission's expense on land donated by Sir Archibald Campbell, stood about a mile south of the British barracks. It was located on a gently sloping hill facing west and south, giving a clear view of both river and sea. The house had 3 rooms, each 15 feet square, with a veranda on all 4 sides, 3 of them enclosed for use as a study, storage, and dressing rooms. Though General Campbell had offered the missionaries a spot within the safety of the military cantonments, they declined. They preferred to be closer to the people they were trying to reach. But this decision came with risks. On the land side, they were exposed to tigers. From the river, they faced the danger of bandits and pirates coming across from Martaban. It was at this exposed and humble site that the Judsons, Boardmans, and Wades gathered their small band and prepared to meet the growing tide of Burmese migration. They brought with them from Amherst their entire little flock of converts and seekers, Mong Shwaba, Mong Ing, Mong Miatpu, Ma Doka and her husband Mong Dwa, and Ko Ta Bu, who would later become the first great missionary to the Karen people. 17 girls from the school also came, as well as the 2 young boys left motherless by the death of Moulmein. Together, the missionaries and their native helpers began gospel outreach through Zayat work, preaching and teaching in small public shelters. In Moulmein, 4 different centers of missionary activity were soon established. The Mission House, where Mr. Boardman worked. Mr. Judson's Zayat, located about 2.5 miles north of the Mission House in a busy section of the town, a little shed projecting into one of the dirtiest, noisiest streets. Mr. Wade's Zayat in the countryside, about half a mile south of the mission property. A reading Zayat, where Mong Shwaba and Mong Ing took turns reading the scriptures aloud to passers-by. At each of these places, public worship was held, and afterward the missionaries would speak personally with anyone interested in learning more about the Christian faith. Their labor quickly bore fruit. Mong Dwa, one of the inquirers from Amherst, was soon baptized, and others soon followed his example. Not only was the Zayat work blessed with success, but the school efforts were also highly fruitful. The girls' school, brought from Amherst, grew both in size and quality under the devoted care of Mrs. Wade and Mrs. Boardman. These women not only taught the children academic subjects, but also gave regular spiritual instruction to Burman women. Mr. Boardman, ever industrious, also opened a school for boys. Mr. Judson rejoiced in what he called an early revival within the girls' school, similar to those glorious revivals which distinguish our own beloved land. Even with the demanding work of launching the mission in Moulmein, Mr. Judson did not neglect his literary tasks. Every spare moment from preaching and teaching was used for translation work. Even before leaving Amherst, he had begun the enormous project of translating the Old Testament into Burmese. He started with the Psalms, and after the loss of his wife and child, his heart turned instinctively for comfort to the prayers of David, the son of Jesse. While fully engaged with preaching, teaching, and translation in Moulmein, Judson did not forget the missionary beginnings left behind in Rangoon and Amherst, especially in Rangoon, where he had first raised the banner of the gospel and from which he had been forced out by the hostility of the Burmese king. A native church was soon reorganized. It was placed under the leadership of Ko Tha'a, one of the original converts from Rangoon. Ko Tha'a came to visit Mr. Judson in Moulmein, seeking guidance on how to care for those he had led to faith in Christ, new believers who now desired baptism. It was decided that he should be ordained as the pastor of the church in Rangoon. What a powerful and enduring life there is in the divine seed of a local church. When Mr. and Mrs. Judson first settled near the mouth of the Irrawaddy in 1813, they were alone, yet they formed a church. Just the 2 of them, sharing the Lord's Supper in memory of Christ's sacrifice. That small beginning slowly grew into a church of 20 members. Then came war. Mr. Judson was imprisoned in Ava. The church was scattered and seemingly destroyed. Only 4 members could be found, and they were moved to Amherst. Over 2 years later, Ko Tha'a, once thought lost in the interior of the country, appeared again in Moulmein. He had been quietly preaching the gospel all along. Now he was ready to return to Rangoon to baptize those who had come to faith through his witness. From the stump of a tree that had been cut down, a new shoot sprang up, one that continued to grow and flourish. By 1892, the Rangoon mission had expanded to include 86 churches and 4,569 members. Truly, there shall be a handful of corn in the earth upon the top of the mountains. The fruit thereof shall shake like Lebanon. Kothara, the first Christian pastor among the Burmans, proved himself to be a faithful and capable minister. Time after time, he sent joyful reports back to Moulmein of new conversions and baptisms. When Mr. Judson visited Rangoon a year and a half after Kothara's ordination and invited him to join a missionary journey into the interior, he declined, explaining that he had so many irons in the fire, meaning so many seekers to care for and prepare for baptism, that he could not leave. Mr. Judson wrote,
"He is as solicitous and busy as a hen pressing about her chickens. It is quite refreshing to hear him speak, and to see what a careful, loving old shepherd he makes. The Lord bless his soul and the souls of his flock."
Nor did Mr. Judson forget Amherst, the quiet mission field where the graves of his wife and child remained. Like the Apostle Paul, he felt a deep, enduring concern for the spiritual health of the converts he had left behind. Moulmein, one of the faithful from earlier years, was ordained and sent to Amherst to pastor the small group of believers still gathered there. Moulmein, though diligent, faithful, and eager to do good, unfortunately did not prove successful in his pastoral role. The work at Amherst began to decline. One cannot help but feel sympathy for the humble fisherman, one of the very first Burman converts, Mrs. Judson's trusted helper through the darkest days at Ava and Oung-pen-la, and the first to bring the gospel to the Tavoyans. Yet, despite his zeal, his honesty, and his tireless efforts, his life's mission seemed marked by repeated failure. But the time had come for change in Moulmein as well. The small circle of missionaries, Judson, Boardman, and Wade, could not remain together indefinitely. Such a concentration of workers in one location would limit the spread of the gospel, which needed to reach deeper into the spiritual darkness surrounding them. The message of Christ had to go farther. The Boardmans were the first to go. Their parting from their fellow laborers came with deep sorrow. It was especially difficult for them, since they had founded the Moulmein mission. But with faithful courage, they chose to press into new territory. They selected Tavoy, a significant town along the Tenasserim coast, as their next field. Burma proper was still too dangerous to enter, and Amherst had faded into obscurity. Tavoy, located about 150 miles from Moulmein, was the only major centre within reach. Arakan, another British region, lay on the far side of Burma, but it was too distant for regular contact with other missionaries, a concern for the mission board, which encouraged fellowship and shared prayer among its workers. So on March 29, 1828, just 7 months after beginning their united work in Moulmein, Meister and Mrs. Boardman, with their young family, set sail for Tavoy. They were joined by Maung Shwe Po, a young Siamese convert, Ko Tabiu, a Karen believer who would later become the great apostle to the Karens, and 4 native schoolboys. With this small band of disciples, Mr. Boardman launched a short but heroic mission among the Karen people, one that would forever mark his name in the history of Christian missions. On December 15, 1829, Mr. Judson received the sorrowful news of the death of his brother Elnathan in Washington. This was the same brother with whom he had once prayed years earlier by the roadside on his way from Plymouth to Boston. The letter that bore the sad news also brought comfort. It told him that their prayer had been answered. Not long after, 2 new missionaries arrived in Moulmein, the printer, Cephas Bennett, and his wife. Their arrival gave further opportunity to pursue what Mr. Judson had long believed, the policy of missionary dispersion. He never favored clustering workers at a single station. His conviction was that the gospel should be carried to as many centers as possible. He believed new missionaries should at first be trained at established missions under experienced leaders, but only so they could later go alone into the heart of darkness, to the hardest and most unreached areas of heathenism. Now, with Burma beginning to reopen, the time had come to attempt once more an entry into the heartland. On February 21, 1830, Mr. and Mrs. Wade moved to Rangoon, Mr. Judson's original mission field, where the newly ordained Maung Ta'a and the faithful Moulmein were already working. Though the parting was difficult, it was eased by Judson's hope of soon joining them again in Rangoon, with the greater purpose of pressing once more into the interior, up the Irrawaddy, toward the distant city of Ava. Mr. Judson could not rest content in Moulmein. He was not satisfied with founding a handful of missions on the fringe of British Burma. His heart burned to carry the gospel deep into Burma proper, and to establish a chain of mission stations up the great Irrawaddy River, the main artery through which the Burmese population flowed. Mr. Wade had gone ahead to Rangoon only as a forerunner. His move was part of a larger strategy. On April 26, 1830, Mr. Judson left Moulmein in the care of Mr. Boardman, who had returned temporarily from Tavoy, and said goodbye to him and to the newly arrived Mr. and Mrs. Bennet. 6 days later, Judson arrived in Rangoon. After spending only a short time with Mr. Wade, he set off upriver with 5 native disciples to Prome, an ancient city roughly 170 miles inland, halfway between Rangoon and Ava. This bold attempt to plant Christianity in the interior of the Burman Empire ultimately failed. Judson preached faithfully along the river and labored in Prome for 3 months. He taught daily in an old, broken-down zayat at the foot of the Grand Pagoda, Shui Landau, and thousands heard the gospel from him. But the hearts of the people hardened. The zayat grew empty. He was treated coldly in the streets, with rudeness and disdain. Dogs were allowed to bark at him without restraint. A rumor spread that the king was angry that Burmese religion was being challenged in the heart of the kingdom, and that he had issued orders for Mr. Judson to be expelled from Burma. It later became clear, however, that this was a lie. The king of Ava was, in fact, kindly disposed toward Judson. Not long before, he had asked about him, and upon learning Judson was in Moulmein, said,
"Why does he not come here? He is a good man, and if he were here, he would teach and discipline my ministers and make better men of them."
It was the king's own ministers, not the monarch himself, who arranged for Judson's expulsion. They were deeply opposed to foreign influence, and they misled Major Burney, the British ambassador at Ava, by claiming the king was outraged by Judson's preaching. Thus, through political deceit, Judson's work in the interior was cut short, and so Mr. Judson was forced, sorrowfully and against his will, to abandon his bold plan to bring the gospel into the heart of Burma. Though this attempt had failed, he did not immediately retreat to Moulmein. Instead, he stayed nearly a full year in Rangoon, the city that stood just inside the threshold of the empire. He yielded ground slowly, only as necessary, resisting Burman hostility at every turn. It was at this very moment that a remarkable spiritual hunger swept across the land. The people were eager to hear about this new religion. Curiosity burned in every village and town. As the Burmans themselves put it, their ears had become thinner, more ready to hear. Mr. Judson's house was crowded with inquirers, daily and persistently. While forbidden to preach in the interior, he could still distribute gospel tracts and translations of scripture in Rangoon. These materials found their way up the Irrawaddy River, reaching even toward Ava. Judson sensed that this was a divine opportunity not to be missed. He believed a nation, like an individual, has its spiritual moods. And though some might foolishly rely on paper and ink as substitutes for the living voice of gospel preaching, Judson, keenly attuned to the movements of Burman life, was convinced that the time had come when the printed page could become a powerful tool in God's hands. Thus he poured out urgent appeals to Mr. Bennet, the printer, and to the other missionaries at Moulmein, pleading for more tracts. His cries for help reached even across the sea to America, stirring hearts there with the call to print and send forth the word of God. While striving to quench the growing thirst of the Burman people for spiritual truth, Mr. Judson did not pause in his most difficult and demanding task, the translation of the scriptures into Burmese. He withdrew to the garret of the mission house, isolating himself from the crowds below. His Burmese co-workers managed the influx of inquirers, coming to him only with the most significant and serious cases. In this solitude, he made tremendous progress. At the end of his time in Rangoon, he was able to write in his journal,
Worried? 1831, July 19th. Finished the translation of Genesis, 20 chapters of Exodus, Psalms, Solomon's Song, Isaiah, and Daniel.
It was during this period that the Mission Board in America sent Judson a warm and earnest invitation to return home. He was then around 42 years old, having been away from his homeland for 18 years. His health was broken, his wife and child lay buried in Burma. Later he confessed that he had never seen a ship leave the port of Moulmein for England or America without feeling a strong, nearly uncontrollable longing to board it and see again the land of his childhood. Yet when the invitation arrived, he declined. In a firm and humble reply, he wrote that he could not feel justified in accepting their invitation to return home. While still laboring in Rangoon, Mr. Judson received a heavy and sorrowful message. George Dana Boardman had died in the jungles beyond Tavoy. Grief had come to the Boardman family in swift succession. First, their young daughter Sarah died. Then came a brief revolt in Tavoy, an uprising of the Burmese against British rule. During this unrest, Mr. Boardman endured hardship and exposure that his frail, consumptive frame could not withstand. From that point on, his decline was steady and visible. Mrs. E.C. Judson described him with poignant detail.
His cheeks were a little more hollow and the colour on them more flickering. His eyes were brighter and seemingly more deeply set beneath the brow, and immediately below them was a faint, indistinct arc of mingled ash and purple, like the shadow of a faded leaf. His lips were sometimes of a clayey pallor, and sometimes they glowed with crimson, and his fingers were long and the hands of a partially transparent thinness.
On June 3, 1831, the new missionary to the Karens, Mr. Francis Mason, arrived in Tavoy. He wrote,
"On the jetty, reclining helplessly in the chair which had served as a carriage, a pale, worn-out man, with the characters of death in his countenance, waited to welcome his successor."
At that moment, Mr. Boardman was preparing to travel deep into the jungle to baptize a group of newly converted Karens. Though gravely ill, he planned to make the journey on a litter, carried through the wilderness for several days. Friends pleaded with him to stay, but he would not turn back.
"The cause of God is of more importance than my health,"
he said.
"And if I return now, our whole object will be defeated. I want to see the work of the Lord go on."
After traveling for several days through the wilderness, he witnessed the baptism of 34 Karens. Not long after, he died deep in the jungle, comforted by the presence of local believers, his infant son, and his faithful wife. She later described the moment like this.
"With love still shining in his eyes, the dying teacher quietly lies. It is finished. Carry him home. Hurry down the jungle's dome. See the coffin's lid arise. See the glory on his eyes. It is finished. Trees and skies whisper soft their mournful cries. In that circle, grief bound tight, holding close a hand gone white, stands the pale and waiting one, longing for another dawn."
When Mrs. Boardman and her son George, just 2.5 years old, were suddenly left alone in the pain of widowhood and loss, Mr. Judson wrote to her these words of deep comfort and advice.
Rangoon, March 4th, 1831. My dear sister, you are now drinking a bitter cup, one I know something about. Even though you expected it, the pain is probably worse than you imagined. It's common for people in your place to resist comfort, to cling to the one they lost, and to fear forgetting their beloved too soon. But don't worry, many months of deep sorrow lie ahead, whether you want them or not. I urge you to take this bitter cup with both hands and calmly accept this hard portion God has given you to make you holy. As for your dear husband, you know all his tears are gone. The crown on his head now shines brighter than the sun. Little Sarah and the other child have found their father again, not the weak, sinful man who died, but a glorious and holy king. What more could you wish for them? So while your tears fall, let some of them be tears of joy. Still, take the bitter cup with both hands and drink. You'll soon discover a secret, that there is sweetness at the bottom. It will become the sweetest cup you've ever tasted. Heaven will draw close to you, and your memory of your husband's voice will become a link that almost lets you hear the music of heaven itself.
Chapter 10. Life in Moulmein. Continued. 1831 to 1845. Mr. Judson now had to return to Moulmein after being away for 13 months. The first part of that time he had spent trying, without success, to start a mission in Prome. The latter part he worked alone with native believers in Rangoon, preaching, handing out tracts and translating the Bible. Soon after he came back from Prome, Mr. and Mrs. Wade arrived in Rangoon. But Mrs. Wade became so ill that it was decided she and her husband should sail to America. However, their ship was pushed off course by strong storms and ended up docking on the coast of Arakan. While there, Mrs. Wade's health improved so much that they decided not to go to America after all, and returned to Moulmein instead. Meanwhile, Judson's presence in Moulmein had become essential. A new group of missionaries had just arrived from America: Mr. and Mrs. Mason, Mr. and Mrs. Kincaid, and Mr. and Mrs. Jones. The Masons went to Tavoy, Mr. Jones took Judson's place in Rangoon, and the Kincaids remained in Moulmein. When Judson returned to Moulmein, he was filled with joy. The small church had grown with many new baptisms among the Burmese, Karens, and Tullings. 2 million pages of tracts and Bible translations had been printed. The missionaries had also taken several trips into the jungle, where they had started a small church of 14 members at a place they named Wadesville, after the missionary who first preached there. At the end of 1831, Judson reported that 217 people had been baptized that year in the Burmese mission, 136 in Moulmein, 76 in Tavoy, and 5 in Rangoon. Soon after returning from Rangoon to Moulmein, Mr. Judson began a new area of ministry. Whenever long hours spent on translation work left him needing a change of pace and scenery, he would travel into the jungle to visit the wild Karen tribes living beyond Moulmein. His spirit was always eager to reach farther into the heart of the country. Since the great Irrawaddy Valley was closed to him, his only option was to push into Burma through the Salween River and its many branches, Burma's second major river system. The Karens, whose name means wild men, were spread across Burma, Siam, and parts of China, with a population estimated between 200 and 400,000. They were likely the remains of an ancient people who had been conquered long ago, and the Burmese looked down on them as inferior. They spoke their own language and had their own racial traits. But unlike the proud and rigid Burmans, the Karens were especially open to the message of Christianity. They lacked the pride and resistance that often made others harder to reach. In fact, they held an ancient belief that one day white messengers would come from the sea to teach them. While the Burmans lived in cities and towns, the Karens, much like Native American tribes, lived in small villages deep in the jungle, often beside mountain streams. Mr. Judson first noticed them while in Rangoon. They would appear in small groups of strange, wild-looking men wearing rough, poorly made clothing, occasionally wandering past his home. He was told they were as untamable as wild mountain cattle, rarely entering towns unless forced to, and living a wandering life. One British officer described an unusual incident showing just how wild they were.
A British officer was lying on his bed in a small room inside a stockaded police post. There was a narrow gate guarded by an armed sentry. A Karen hillman, wearing very little, was brought in by a clever sergeant who slowly convinced him to come closer. The man approached cautiously and suspiciously, bent low as he neared the bed, and took one long, hard look at the white officer. Then, suddenly, with a loud yell, he stood up straight, turned, ran out of the room, knocked down the sentry at the gate, dashed across a stream, and climbed straight up the mountainside like a monkey, disappearing into the forest without stopping.
To build lasting Christian churches among the Karens, the missionaries first had to convince them to settle in one place and form large, organized villages. That's how the town of Wadesville came to be. Christianity turned out to be a strong force for civilizing the Karens. A Christian village could be easily told apart from a heathen one, not just by its size, but by its neat, clean streets and orderly layout. Mr. Judson's trips into the Karen jungles were exhausting and often dangerous. He never traveled alone, but was always accompanied by a group of helpers. He would take 8 or 10 disciples with him and send them out in pairs along the many branches of the Salwen River. These pairs would journey deep into the wilderness, then regroup with Judson a few days later to share the results of their efforts. Under strong leadership, people in the East can be loyal and brave followers. Judson's strong and magnetic character held his helpers close, like they were tied to him with steel chains. He had a unique ability to inspire the native converts to do their best work. When he saw promise in young men and boys, he personally trained them to become teachers and preachers. By the end of 1832, Judson reported 143 baptisms, 3 in Rangoon, 70 in Moulmein, 67 in Tavoy, and 3 in Mergui. That brought the total number of baptisms since his arrival in Burma to 516, with only 17 later removed from church membership. At last, after many years of being alone, Judson's time of personal solitude came to an end. On April 10, 1834, he made this significant journal entry.
Was married to Mrs. Sarah H. Boardman, who was born in Alstead, New Hampshire, on November 4, 1803, the eldest daughter of Ralph and Abiah O. Hall, married to George D. Boardman on July 4, 1825. Left a widow on February 11, 1831, with one surviving child, George D. Boardman, born August 18, 1828.
Nearly 8 lonely years had passed since he buried his beloved Anne under the hopia tree. He was 46 years old when he married Mrs. Boardman. In her, he found a kindred spirit. She had spent her 3 years of widowhood working bravely among the Karens in Tavoy, refusing repeated requests from her American friends to return home for her own well-being and for the sake of her young son. For 3 years, this strong and dedicated woman continued the work her husband had started. She led the mission and guided Karen seekers who came from the wilderness, showing them the path to life. She ran her schools with such skill and wisdom that when the English government later provided funds for schools across the provinces, they required that the schools follow the same model as Mrs. Boardman's in Tavoy. She also made long missionary journeys into the Karen jungles. With her young son carried beside her by helpers, she climbed mountains, crossed marshes, waded through streams, and made her way through thick forests. On one of these trips, she sent a typical message to Mrs. Mason in Tavoy.
Maybe you should send the chair, since it helps to be carried over deep streams. You'll laugh to hear that I've waded through all the smaller ones.
Soon after their marriage, Mr. and Mrs. Judson had to say goodbye to little George Boardman. He was only 6 years old, but already at the age when a child begins to be a close and constant companion to his parents. However, for British and American families living in the East, it was necessary to send their children back home at an early age. If not, the harsh tropical climate could lead to death, or leave the child weak in body and mind. Such partings are especially painful for missionaries. Unlike other foreigners who live in the East for a time and eventually return home, missionaries often give their entire lives to the work and expect to die on the field. So when they send a child away, the separation may be final. That child is handed over to the care of far-off strangers, and the pain of this sacrifice may be the hardest burden a missionary has to bear. The day Mrs. Judson watched her husband take George to the ship Kashmir was a deeply sorrowful one. This child had shared in all her grief and hardship in Tavoy. Thankfully, she could not see what the immediate future held, or she would have known about his narrow escape from pirates and the deep, emotional suffering he endured aboard the ship as it carried him away from his mother's arms. While in Moulmein, Mr. Judson completed the translation of the Bible into Burmese. Around the time he married Mrs. Boardman, he finished the first full draft. 17 years earlier, when the first Burman came to him in Rangoon seeking truth, all he had to offer was 2 half-sheets with the first 5 chapters of Matthew. From that moment on, despite all his hardships, griefs, and responsibilities, he kept working steadily toward this goal. Yet translation was never his favorite task. He much preferred speaking directly with individuals, convincing them face to face of the Gospel's truth. In one letter, where he explained his decision to stop visiting the Karen jungles for many months so he could devote himself entirely to translation, he wrote,
The tears flow as I write.
Speaking of the same effort in a letter to the Mission Board Secretary, he said,
And so, God willing and giving us life and strength, we hope to go on, but we still hope to be allowed to feel that our great work is to preach the gospel with our own voices and to build up Christ's glorious kingdom among this people.
But translating the Bible was absolutely necessary for Christianity to take root and remain strong in Burma, and no one else alive was qualified to do it. So, during short breaks between preaching, teaching, being imprisoned, and traveling through the jungle, Judson kept working. In the attic in Rangoon, and later in a small room attached to the mission house in Moulmein, he quietly and steadily labored at this massive task. At last, on January 31st, 1834, at the age of 56, he was able to write,
Thanks be to God, I can now say I have finished. I knelt before him with the last page in my hand, asking his forgiveness for all the sins that have stained this work, and his help in the future to correct the mistakes and weaknesses that still remain. I have placed it in his hands and dedicated it to his glory. May he use his own inspired word, now complete in the Burmese language, as the great tool to fill all Burma with songs of praise to our great God and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
As great as the task of carefully translating the Bible had been, revising it was even harder. Mr. Judson spent 7 years revising his first draft. He had a deep personal trait that drove him. He could never leave a thing alone if he thought it could still be improved. He once described this as a lust for finishing. It wasn't until October 24th, 1840, that he could finally say,
On the 24th of October last, I had the great joy of sending the final sheet of the new edition of the Burmese Bible to the press.
He remained humble about the quality of his work. He said,
I never read a chapter without a pencil in my hand and Griesbach and Parkhurst at my side. It will be my life's goal to bring this translation to a condition where it may serve as a standard.
Yet Judson's own modest view of his work doesn't reflect its true excellence. President Francis Wayland noted,
Experts say Dr. Judson's translation is the most accurate and faithful work of its kind ever produced in India.
A respected official in India, a skilled linguist and expert in Burmese, gave even higher praise.
The best judges agree that Judson's translation is everything he intended it to be, and more. Although it was never his goal, this Bible is an enduring monument to his genius. Just as Luther's Bible remains in the hands of Protestant Germany, so, even 300 years from now, Judson's Bible will still be the Bible of the Christian churches in Burma.
At this point, the story of Mr. Judson's life takes on a more personal and family-centered tone, showing his deep love as a husband and father. Having accomplished some of the greatest goals of his life, and with his health beginning to decline, his restless spirit naturally turned to the comforts of home. On October 31st, 1835, he was filled with joy at the birth of a daughter, Ava Ann. Her name honored both his only sister, whom he had not seen in many years, and his first wife, who rested beneath the hopia tree. A son, Adoniram Judson, was born on April 7, 1837, and soon after came another son, Elnathan. But despite the peace of family life, Judson did not lose his drive to reach the Burmese people. Just weeks after his son's birth, he wrote,
My days are usually spent as follows. In the morning I read Burmese. In the forenoon I sit in a public zayat with an assistant, preaching to whoever stops to listen. In the afternoon I prepare or revise material for printing, correct proof sheets, and so on. In the evening I lead worship in the native chapel and talk with assistants, Christian converts, or inquirers.
By the time he reached his 50th birthday and his 25th year in Burma, even his strong body began to show signs of wear. Illness settled in his lungs, causing him pain and the loss of his voice. It was believed a short sea voyage to Calcutta might help. He sailed on February 19, 1839, and spent nearly 2 months visiting the English Baptist churches in Calcutta and Serampore. When he returned to Moulmein, his health was somewhat better. The sorrow of leaving behind his devoted wife and the mother of his children was made even heavier by Mr. Judson's fear that he might not survive the voyage. Still weak and recovering, he eventually returned to Moulmein after 10 months away. The native believers were overjoyed to hear his voice again, even though it was faint and frail. In a light-hearted note to a fellow missionary, he mentioned the birth of another son at the end of 1839.
Master Henry came into notice the last day of the year, but there was no earthquake or anything.
Sadly, Mrs. Judson's health also began to decline. She developed the illness that would eventually take her life on the island of St. Helena. All 4 of their children were also sick, and a sea voyage was considered necessary just to keep the family alive. With great reluctance, Mr. Judson decided to sail with his wife and children to Calcutta. Mrs. Judson later described the terrifying journey.
We had been at sea only 4 days when we struck a shoal. For about 20 minutes, we expected to see the large, beautiful vessel break apart, and then all on board would either die or be forced into a small boat exposed to the raging storm. I'll never forget the feeling as I looked over the side of the ship that night into the dark ocean, imagining our poor, sick, and nearly dying children cast out onto its wild waves. The captain quickly turned the ship around, and as the tide was rising, we were mercifully delivered from great danger.
When the family arrived in Serampore, just outside Calcutta, they rented a nice dry house on the very bank of the river. The sea air had brought some initial relief to the sick family, but once they were fully exposed to the oppressive heat of the Bengal climate, their health quickly worsened again. Faced with this crisis, they met a godly Scottish sea captain in Calcutta whose ship was headed to the Isle of France, modern-day Mauritius, and then on to Moulmein. He kindly offered to take the entire family aboard for a price that would cost them no more than a direct journey to Moulmein. Though August was one of the most dangerous months to sail the Bay of Bengal, they saw no better option. Mr. Judson agreed to the captain's offer, deciding to sail once more to the very island he had fled to nearly 30 years earlier, when he was forced out of Bengal by the East India Company. But before leaving Serampore, the Judsons had to endure a crushing sorrow, the death and burial of their little son Henry, just 1 year and 7 months old. After saying a painful goodbye at little Henry's grave, Mr. and Mrs. Judson boarded the Ramsay with their remaining sick children. The journey to the Isle of France, Mauritius, took about 6 weeks. As the monsoon season was ending, the ship faced frequent, sudden, and violent storms. Mrs. Judson described the experience.
If you could see our dismasted ship now, you would surely say it is a ship in distress. For the last 3 days, we have faced the most terrifying squalls I've ever known. Yesterday, we lost 2 topmasts, a top-gallant mast, and the jib boom, along with all their sails, in a terrible crash. I haven't slept for the past 2 nights, and I can't sleep now. I've taken up my pen, though the ship rocks so badly I fear my writing may be unreadable. But don't think I'm afraid. I'm not. I've stayed awake only because of physical discomfort from the constant motion. I thank God I feel perfectly calm and at peace. I can place myself and my dear family fully in His hands, trusting Him with quiet confidence.
Despite the harshness of the journey, it greatly improved the family's health. After spending a month in Port Louis, they sailed back to Moulmein, arriving on December 10th in much better condition. Captain Hamlin, who had carried them on this long and difficult voyage, refused any payment for the journey, even though a fair charge for such a trip would have been 2,000 rupees, about $1,000. When Mr. Judson sent him a gift to express gratitude, the captain returned it, saying it was an honor to help the servants of Christ. Mr. Judson immediately wrote to the mission board, recommending they send a formal letter of thanks to Captain Thomas Hamlin, Jr., of Greenock, Scotland, along with a gift, perhaps a full set of the comprehensive commentary. Soon after Mr. and Mrs. Judson returned to Moulmein with their 3 children, another son was born to them. They named him Henry, in memory of the little boy they had buried in Serampore. Around this time, Mr. Judson received news of his elderly mother's death. She passed away in Plymouth, Massachusetts, in her 83rd year. His father and his brother Elnathan had already died, and now his sister Abigail remained alone in Plymouth. It was also during this period that a new and difficult responsibility was laid upon him, one he had long tried to avoid. The mission board in America strongly urged him to begin compiling a Burmese dictionary. His heart yearned for personal ministry, talking with people and leading them to Christ. He had no desire for the isolation that such a scholarly task required, but no one else was equipped to do it, and his failing voice no longer allowed him to preach. So, though he accepted the assignment with deep reluctance, he gave himself to it, beginning a work that would occupy much of the rest of his life. Chapter 11. Visit to America, 1845 to 1846. While continuing his enormous task of compiling a Burmese dictionary, Mr. Judson realized he needed to make a journey back to his native land. 33 years had passed since that unforgettable day, February 19, 1812, when he and his first wife had stood on the deck of the caravan, watching the rocky New England coast disappear from view. How quickly those years had flown, one spent sailing to Burma, 10 in laying the foundation in Rangoon, 2 in suffering at Ava and Oung-pen-la, 2 in transition at Amherst, and 18 in steady, hard work at Moulmein. The young man of 24 was now a veteran missionary of 57. The mission board had repeatedly urged him to return home for rest and recovery, but he always declined. Over 5 years earlier, the secretary had sent an especially strong invitation, but Judson had quietly continued his work, unwilling to leave his post. Finally, though, a return to America became unavoidable, not for himself, but for the sake of his wife's life. After the births of 2 more children, Charles, born December 18, 1843, who died in infancy, and Edward, born December 27, 1844, Mrs. Judson's health declined rapidly. She had taken several short trips along the coast, hoping to recover, but none of them helped. On one of these trips she was accompanied by her eldest daughter, Abby, then about 10 years old, and the ailing baby, Charlie. Mr. Judson stayed in Moulmein with their 4 sons, Adoniram, Elnathan, Henry, and infant Edward. But these brief coastal journeys brought no relief. Her condition became dire, and the only hope left was a voyage to America. On April 26, 1845, Mr. and Mrs. Judson set sail aboard the Paragon, bound for London, taking with them their 3 eldest children, Abby, Adoniram, and Elnathan. 2 Burmese assistants also accompanied them, as Mr. Judson intended to continue his daily work on the Burmese dictionary during the voyage. Their 3 younger sons, Henry, Charles, and Edward, remained in Moulmein, entrusted to the loving care of fellow missionaries. The early part of the voyage was rough, and the ship began to leak. The captain decided to divert to the Isle of France, Mauritius, and they arrived safely at Port Louis on July 5th. Mrs. Judson's health had improved enough that they considered separating. She would continue on to America alone, while Mr. Judson would return to Burma. It was a decision marked by extraordinary sacrifice. Here was a frail woman, still weak and sick, willing to sail halfway around the world without her husband. And here was a man who had not seen his homeland in 33 years, now choosing to give up that long-awaited reunion in order to return immediately to his missionary work, leaving his wife as soon as she no longer needed his direct care. It was at this moment of parting that Mrs. Judson penned the tender lines that became a lasting tribute to her love and faith. These words deserve to be remembered wherever the gospel is preached.
We part on this green islet, love. Thou for the eastern main, I for the setting sun. Love, oh, when to meet again. My heart is sad for thee, love, for lone thy way will be, and oft thy tears will fall. Love, for thy children and for me. The music of thy daughter's voice thou'lt miss for many a year, and the merry shout of thine elder boys thou'lt list in vain to hear. When we knelt to see our Henry die, and heard his last faint moan, each wiped the tear from the other's eye. Now each must weep alone. My tears fall fast for thee, love. How can I say farewell? But go, thy God be with thee, love. thy heart's deep grief to quell, yet my spirit clings to thine love, thy soul remains with me, and oft will hold communion sweet o'er the dark and distant sea. And who can paint our mutual joy? When, all our wanderings o'er, we both shall clasp our infants three at home on Burma's shore. But higher shall our raptures glow on yon celestial plain, when the loved and parted here below meet ne'er to part again. Then gird thine armour on, love, nor faint thou by the way, till Bud shall fall and Burma's sons shall own Messiah's sway.
The two Burmese assistants were sent back to Moulmein, and Mr. Judson planned to follow them shortly, intending only to stay long enough to see Mrs. Judson safely on board a ship bound for America. But she suffered a severe relapse that left her weaker than ever, and it soon became clear to Mr. Judson that he could not leave her side. Though deeply grieved by the loss of his assistants and the interruption to his work, he chose to remain with her. After 3 weeks in the Isle of France, they booked passage with Captain Codman aboard the Sophia Walker, a ship sailing directly to the United States. They departed Port Louis on July 25th. At first, there were signs of improvement in Mrs. Judson's condition, and hope stirred. But this was only temporary. Another sudden relapse soon followed, and this time there would be no recovery. As they sailed through the colder weather near the Cape of Good Hope, her strength seemed to rise briefly, but she never truly recovered. Her overall decline continued until they approached St. Helena, when all hope was lost. On August 1st, at 3 o'clock in the morning, she passed peacefully into the presence of her Lord. That same afternoon, she was buried on the island of St. Helena. By evening, the ship carrying her grieving husband and children had resumed its journey across the sea.
She sleeps sweetly here, on this rock of the ocean, away from the home of her youth, and far from the land where, with heartfelt devotion, she scattered the bright beams of truth.
After burying his beloved wife on the island of St. Helena, Mr. Judson continued the journey with his 3 children aboard the Sophia Walker. They arrived in Boston on October 15, 1845. Having been away from America for 33 years, Mr. Judson felt uncertain and anxious about where he would stay once they reached shore. He had no idea how warmly he would be received, how doors would be flung open to welcome him, and how his journey from one city to another would become something like a victory procession. But Judson was not prepared for this public attention. He was physically weak, still recovering from illness. His voice was barely more than a whisper due to lung problems, and after so many years speaking Burmese, it was difficult for him to even form sentences in English. He could not speak directly to audiences. Instead, he whispered his words to someone beside him, who would then repeat them aloud to the crowd. A naturally humble and reserved man, Judson found the constant praise deeply uncomfortable. At one large gathering, as an eyewitness recalled, while he listened to glowing tributes spoken about him, his head sank lower and lower until his chin nearly touched his chest. He wrote to the board secretary with a quiet plea.
My chief object in writing is to beg that I may be excused from attending any more such meetings until I get a little better. I expect to be in Boston tomorrow, and shall want 2 or 3 days for some necessary business, and propose to go to Worcester on Friday or Saturday. And if I could spend next Sabbath alone in some chamber, I should feel it a great privilege, both as a refreshment to the soul and a relief to the body.
Mr. Judson returned home to find that his native land had become almost unrecognizable. In the 33 years since he had left, the world around him had changed dramatically. The railroad was now a thriving reality. One day, after boarding a train in Worcester and taking his seat, a boy passed through the car offering newspapers.
"Do you want a paper, sir?"
he asked.
Yes, thank you,
Judson replied, taking one and beginning to read. The boy waited silently for payment. Finally, a woman sitting next to him said,
"The boy expects to be paid for his paper."
Judson, surprised, answered,
"Why, I've been distributing papers for free in Burma for so long. It never occurred to me he wanted pay."
He often surprised large crowds by refusing to speak about his own adventures. Instead, he simply preached the old message of the cross of Christ. Both secular and religious newspapers closely followed his movements across the country. His years of hardship and sacrifice had made him a household name among Christians. Wherever he went, churches filled with people eager to see and hear America's first foreign missionary. Just 2 days after his arrival, a public welcome was held at Bowdoin Square Church in Boston. Dr. Sharp closed his remarks with these words:
"We welcome you to your native land. We welcome you to the scenes of your early and manly youth. We welcome you to our worshiping assemblies. We welcome you to our hearts. As the representative of the ministers and private Christians present, I give to you this hand of cordial welcome, of sympathy, of approval, and of love. And I believe that if our whole denomination could gather in one vast assembly, they would ask someone to offer this greeting on their behalf, or rather, each would want to do it himself. If it were possible, and your strength could endure it, and your hand could bear the warm grasp of so many, I would wish that every lover of the Bible and of missions might offer you the same, what I now offer, the hand of sincere, unwavering, and heartfelt goodwill."
At the close of Dr. Sharp's welcome, Mr. Judson rose to respond, whispering his words as Dr. Haig stood beside him, interpreting for the audience,
"Through the mercy of God, I am permitted to stand before you here this evening, a pensioner of your bounty. I desire to thank you for all your sympathy and aid, and I pray God's blessing to rest upon you. All that has been done in Burma has been done by the churches, through the feeble and unworthy instrumentality of myself and my brethren. It is one of the severest trials of my life not to be able to lift up my voice and give free utterance to my feelings before this congregation, but repeated attempts have shown me that I cannot safely do so. I am also deeply influenced by the fact that in her dying hour, my wife requested that I not speak at public meetings upon my arrival. I will only add this: I beg your prayers for the brethren I have left in Burma, for the weak churches we have planted there, and that the good work of God's grace may continue until the whole world is filled with His glory."
As Dr. Haig continued speaking, moved by the moment, something unexpected happened. A man made his way through the packed aisles and stepped onto the platform. There, in front of the whole gathering, he embraced Mr. Judson with tears of joy. It was Samuel Knott, Jr., the only other surviving member of that small group of seminary students who decades earlier had birthed the vision of American foreign missions. He had been one of the original 5 who sailed to India, though illness had forced him to return home. Now, after 33 years of separation, the two reunited in that powerful and emotional moment as friends, pioneers, and brothers in Christ. In November, Mr. Judson visited Providence, Rhode Island, the home of Brown University, where he had graduated nearly 40 years earlier with the highest honors. A public gathering was held in the old First Baptist Church, which was packed with people. The meeting began with prayer by Dr. Granger, the church's pastor, followed by an address from Dr. Wayland. Mr. Judson then spoke briefly, his words echoed to the congregation by Dr. Caswell. Later that month, the Missionary Board that had supported Judson's work in Burma opened its triennial convention in New York City on November 19, 1845. The event was held at the Baptist Tabernacle and became one of the most memorable moments in American Baptist history. Mr. Judson attended in person. Dr. Cone presented resolutions expressing deep sympathy and honor, and then, taking Judson's hand, introduced him to Dr. Wayland, the convention president, with the unforgettable words, "Jesus Christ's man." Because of his health, Judson had been advised by doctors not to speak in public. He offered only a few soft and heartfelt words of thanks. But later, during the convention, a proposal was made to abandon the mission in Arakan. This stirred Judson deeply. Though warned not to speak, he rose and said,
"Though forbidden to speak by my medical advisor, I must say a few words. I must protest against the abandonment of the Arakan mission."
These opening words were clearly heard by all. Then, as his voice fell to a whisper, he explained why the mission should not be abandoned. His final words, repeated to the crowd by Dr. Cone, were,
If the convention thinks my services can be dispensed with in finishing my dictionary, I will go immediately to Arakan. Or, if God should spare my life to finish my dictionary, I will go there afterward and labor there and die and be buried there.
The effect on the audience was powerful and deeply moving. His quiet, broken voice stirred their hearts, and the Arakan mission was preserved. While visiting Bradford, the hometown of his first wife, Anne Hasseltine, Mr. Judson received heartbreaking news. His little son Charlie, one of the children he had left behind in Burma, had died. As he continued traveling across the country, stirring hearts with his quiet presence and kindling missionary zeal wherever he went, Mr. Judson visited Philadelphia. There he met Miss Emily Chubbuck, known to the public by her pen name Fanny Forrester. She was already a widely admired writer, with a growing reputation in the literary world. She would become the third woman to share his life and calling, following in the place left vacant by Anne Hasseltine and Sarah Boardman. Emily Chubbuck was no stranger to hardship. She was born on August 22, 1817, in Eaton, a small town in central New York, near a stream that would later echo through her poetry and stories under the name Alderbrook. Her parents, Charles Chubbuck and Lavinia Richards, had moved there from New Hampshire. The family lived in deep poverty, in a tiny house pressed against a hillside along the road between Eaton and West Eaton. Emily later wrote that from the road, it seemed you could almost step directly onto the chimney. Her early life was marked by struggle. Describing one winter when she was about 13, she wrote,
"Father was away most of the time, delivering newspapers, and the cold was so harsh it ruined his health, so he could do very little when he was home. Mother, Harriet, and I often had to go into the snowy fields and dig up broken bits of wood to keep from freezing. Catherine and I went to the district school whenever we could."
Emily Chubbuck's early life was marked by hardship and sacrifice. In a journal entry from November 1830, she wrote,
"Father's attempt at farming proved, as might have been expected, an entire failure, and for want of a better place, he decided to move into the village. He rented a small, old house on the edge of town, the poorest shelter we ever had. It had only 2 rooms and a loft, which we reached by a ladder. But we weren't discouraged. We managed to make the place look neat and a little genteel. Harriet and I shared a turn-up bedstead with pretty chintz curtains, and by day we turned that room into our parlor and dining room. Harriet took in sewing, Catherine and Wallace went to school, and I worked twisting thread for a little Scotch weaver. Benjamin returned to his old job, and Walker was still in the printing office."
From a young age, Emily learned to contribute to the family's survival. At just 11, she worked in a woolen factory, earning $1.25 a week splicing rolls. She recalled that time with pain.
"My principal recollections are of noise and filth, bleeding hands and aching feet, and a very sad heart."
Few in Eton could have imagined that this little girl from a poor household would bring honor to their town. When she first applied to teach in the district school, one trustee, seeing how small she was, exclaimed,
"Why, the scholars will be bigger than their teacher."
But she proved herself capable, and before she turned 20, she was publishing poems of real quality in the local paper. She eventually came to the attention of the Mrs. Sheldon, who ran a respected school in Utica. They offered her a term of free education and then extended it to a full course without charge. This opportunity was a turning point, though her poor health, worn down by years of hardship, made every step difficult. Still, her determination was driven by a single purpose: to earn enough to provide a stable home for her aging parents. This motivation gave rise to her early writings, beautifully crafted and morally sound stories for children and adults alike. Among them were The Great Secret, Effie Maurice, Charles Lynn, Alan Lucas, John Frink, and the beloved Alderbrook tales named after the stream of her childhood. Her biographer recounts a moving episode. One night, as Miss Sheldon passed by Emily's room near midnight, she noticed light spilling from under the door. She stepped in quietly and found Emily sitting in her nightdress, papers spread before her, pale and clutching her temples. Miss Sheldon gently approached, offered kind words, and reminded her she needed rest. Emily, overwhelmed, broke down in tears.
"Oh, Miss Sheldon,"
she sobbed,
I must write. I must do what I can to help my poor parents.
In June 1847, while visiting New York, Miss Emily Chubbuck wrote a playful and polished letter to the Evening Mirror, a widely read magazine at the time, edited by the well-known literary figures George P. Morris and N. P. Willis. In a light and witty tone, she offered her services as a writer to the magazine. Her letter caught the eye of Mr. Willis, who was immediately impressed by her style and talent. He replied with equal charm and promptly introduced her to the American public through his editorial platform. Though they met only once in person, Willis became her lifelong literary advisor and friend. After years of poverty, hardship, and fragile health, Emily Chubbuck, through sheer determination and unmistakable talent, had finally broken through. She was now rising rapidly into the ranks of America's leading literary figures. In addition to her intellectual brilliance, Miss Chubbuck had a deeply religious spirit. Raised by godly parents, she was sensitive to spiritual matters from a very early age. She would later say that she was converted at the age of 8. As a child, she faithfully attended every religious service she could, regardless of denomination. She recalled,
Indeed, I believe my solemn little face was almost ludicrously familiar to worshippers of every denomination, for I remember a Presbyterian once saying to me, as I was leaving the chapel after, as usual, requesting prayers, "What? This little girl not converted yet? How do you suppose we can waste any more time in praying for you?"
From her earliest years, Emily was quietly burdened by the thought that she might one day become a missionary to the heathen. Though she often tried to push the idea away, the conviction remained. By a remarkable turn of providence, this gifted woman, so long inspired by the story of Anne Hasseltine, met Adoniram Judson in January 1846. Their meeting took place at the home of Dr. Gillette in Philadelphia. Dr. Gillette had gone to Boston to accompany Mr. Judson on the journey south. The trip was long and bitterly cold, and at one point, an accident delayed their travel by several hours. While waiting, Dr. Gillette borrowed a small book called Trippings, a collection of light essays and sketches by Fanny Forrester. He handed it to Mr. Judson to help pass the time. As he read, Judson quickly recognized the author's talent, but lamented the direction it had taken.
"I should be glad to know her,"
he remarked.
"The lady who writes so well ought to write better. It is a pity that such fine talents should be employed on such subjects."
Dr. Gillette replied that Mr. Judson would not have to wait long to meet the author. Miss Chubbuck was, in fact, a guest in his own home. Upon their arrival in Philadelphia, Mr. Judson stayed at the home of Mr. Robarts, but the next morning he visited Dr. Gillette's residence and there met Emily Chubbuck for the first time. That meeting marked the beginning of a relationship that soon deepened into love. Mr. Judson and Miss Chubbuck were married in Hamilton, New York, on June 2nd of the same year. Their union, however, was met with unease from both the literary and religious communities. Admirers of Fanny Forrester lamented that such a gifted and promising writer was marrying an old missionary, while some within religious circles feared that the dignity of the missionary cause might be compromised by Judson's marriage to a popular author of fiction. But these opinions meant little to Mr. Judson. His happiness was never rooted in public opinion. A man of deep conviction, he had long ago learned to walk the path of faith regardless of approval, whether in becoming a missionary or in choosing to be baptized as a Baptist at great personal cost. Less than 6 weeks after the wedding, Judson and his new wife prepared to return to Burma. It was a season of emotional goodbyes. Judson knew that this farewell might well be final for many loved ones. He left his sons Adoniram and Elnathan in the care of Dr. and Mrs. Newton in Worcester, and entrusted his daughter Abby to the loving protection of his only sister in Plymouth. On July 11, 1846, in the port of Boston, Mr. and Mrs. Judson, alongside a group of newly appointed missionaries including Miss Lillibridge, the Beeches, and the Harrises, boarded the Faneuil Hall under Captain Hallett, bound once again for Moulmein. The departure was marked by a deeply emotional farewell. Many friends gathered to see them off, hearts full of admiration and sorrow. Mr. Judson left behind him a trail of sacred memories. In many homes, his prayers were remembered as enduring blessings. During his stay in Boston, he had been hosted by his friend Gardner Colby. At the family altar, Judson prayed a powerful and prophetic blessing.
May they and their children, and their children's children in every generation to the end of time, follow each other in uninterrupted succession through the gates of glory.
It was a prayer that over time bore fruit, spiritually and generationally. Among those who came to the ship to bid farewell were the Colbys, the Lincolns, the Gillettes, and Miss Anna Maria Annabel, the closest friend of Mrs. Judson. But none were closer to Judson's heart than the slender young man of 18 who also stood there, George Dana Boardman, the son of Sarah Boardman Judson, now resting in her grave at St. Helena. Chapter 12. Last year's 1846 to 1850. More than 4 months passed after Mr. and Mrs. Judson said their goodbyes in Boston before they reached Moulmein. Though long, the voyage was pleasant. As they passed the island of St. Helena, Judson's thoughts turned with deep tenderness to Sarah, his second wife, who, like Rachel of old, had died on the way, when it was but a little way to go unto Ephrath. On November 30th, they arrived in Moulmein, where Judson was reunited with his little sons, Henry and Edward, whom he had not seen in over 18 months. But one child was missing. Little Charlie had died during their absence. He found the mission at Moulmein in good health and progress, and he was able to send an encouraging report to the mission board. Yet his own heart was still drawn toward Burma proper, especially Rangoon, his old field. Though the new Burman king was a strict and hostile Buddhist who strongly opposed Christianity, Judson saw the need. Moulmein already had enough workers. In Rangoon, not only would he be closer to the unreached heart of Burma, but he would also have access to skilled scholars and rare books, resources that would help him complete the Burmese dictionary. Even more, he hoped the stronghold of Buddhist intolerance might eventually weaken. His dream was to press farther inland, to re-enter Ava, the very place of his former suffering, and establish a mission there. With these hopes in mind, Mr. and Mrs. Judson, along with their 2 young sons, left Moulmein for Rangoon on February 15, 1847, just 2.5 months after returning from America. Though they might have reasonably stayed longer to rest and enjoy fellowship with fellow missionaries, they chose instead to walk once more into difficulty and danger. As Judson wrote at the time,
"It seemed harder to leave Moulmein for Rangoon than to leave Boston for Moulmein."
After a 5-day journey, Mr. and Mrs. Judson and their 2 children arrived in Rangoon. Mr. Judson had already visited the city alone to assess the situation and determine whether it was possible to settle there. During that trip, he had rented the upper story of a large brick building for 50 rupees a month. Later, Mrs. Judson gave it the fitting name, Bat Castle. The place was dark, bare, and deeply uninviting. Before committing to it, Mr. Judson had written to his wife,
"The place looks as gloomy as a prison. I shrink at taking you and the children into such a den, and fear you would pine and die in it."
Still, it was into this bleak home that he brought his new bride, only recently married. With some humor, he reported,
"We have had a grand bat hunt today. Bagged 250 and calculate to make up around 1,000 before we have done."
Not long after settling into their difficult surroundings, they received distressing news. The house in Moulmein, where they had stored their best clothes and most valuable belongings, many of them precious gifts from friends in America, had caught fire and burned to the ground. They had brought only a few essentials with them to Rangoon, not trusting the corrupt Burmese authorities with their more valuable possessions. The rest they had planned to retrieve gradually from Moulmein. Now everything had been lost. But Mr. Judson was no stranger to hardship. He had long ago learned the secret of contentment. As Scripture says, he knew both how to be full and how to be hungry, both to abound and to suffer need. And he bore this new trial with steady grace. From the very beginning, missionary work in Rangoon faced severe obstacles due to the fierce intolerance of the Burmese government. Unlike Moulmein, where the Judsons had lived under British protection, Rangoon was entirely under Burmese rule, subject to the whims of an absolute and hostile monarchy. The reigning king and his younger brother, the Crown Prince, were both strict Buddhists. Though the central administration was generally polite toward foreign visitors, it had become more rigidly opposed to Christianity than during the reign of the previous monarch. Buddhism held full sway across the land, and the outlook for any Christian mission was as bleak as it had ever been. The vice-governor of Rangoon, who at that time was serving as acting governor, was described by Mr. Judson as the most brutal and bloodthirsty man he had ever encountered in Burma. Day and night, his house and courtyard rang with the cries of people under torture, a grim soundtrack to daily life in the city. It is important to note that the government allowed Judson to remain not as a missionary spreading the gospel, but as a religious figure representing a foreign faith, serving the needs of the foreign population. Any attempt to openly evangelize among the Burmese people risked serious danger, not only to the missionaries, but also to anyone who might listen. Because of the intense danger posed by the Burmese government, missionary activity in Rangoon had to be carried out in absolute secrecy. Any open attempt to convert a Burman would have brought swift punishment, likely the imprisonment or execution of the convert, and the banishment, if not worse, of the missionary. The only thing restraining the violent tendencies of local officials was their fear of British retaliation. Thus the Judsons moved with great caution. Every advance was slow. Mrs. Judson quietly dedicated herself to learning the Burmese language and writing a memorial biography of her predecessor, Sarah Boardman Judson, a task she completed during these trying months. Meanwhile, Mr. Judson continued work on his Burmese dictionary. In the evenings, he secretly gathered the small, scattered native church for worship, along with a few inquirers, men and women who risked imprisonment or death, just to hear the gospel under the cover of night. Their suffering was compounded by illness. The large brick house soon resembled a hospital as sickness spread through the family. They were also weakened by poor food and a lack of nutrition. The extent of their hardship is captured in a vivid account by Mrs. Judson.
Our milk is a mixture of buffalo's milk, water, and something else which we cannot make out. We have changed our milkwoman several times, but it does no good. The butter we make from it is like lard with flakes of tallow, but it is useless to write about these things. You can get no idea.
She then described one desperate attempt to provide a proper meal.
I must tell you, however, of the grand dinner we had one day. You must contrive and get something that Mama can eat, the doctor said to our Burmese purveyor. She will starve to death.
What shall I get?
Anything.
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 And so they had a capital dinner, though afterward they couldn't figure out what kind of meat it had been. Young Henry speculated that it might have been tuktars, a kind of lizard. Mrs. Judson agreed it could have been, except it wasn't meaty enough. The cook claimed not to know, but his grin was unsettling. Later that evening, they called in the man who handled their shopping.
What did we have for dinner today?
Were they good?
Excellent.
This was followed by an eruption of laughter, joined in muffled tones by the cook in the dishroom.
What were they?
Rats.
It turned out their dinner had been purchased from a Chinese vendor, where rats were considered a delicacy. The Judsons, hungry and desperate for nourishment, had eaten the meat unknowingly. Yet even amid such hardship and bizarre turns, Mr. Judson did not lose heart. Despite constant sickness, poor food, and the daily threat of government violence, he pressed on. But eventually the situation in Rangoon became so dangerous, due to the government's growing hostility toward Christianity, that the only hope of preserving their mission work was to appeal directly to the royal court. That meant going to Ava. Mr. Judson was deeply committed to this goal. He believed it was the only way the gospel could take root in the heart of Burma. He also hoped to finish his dictionary with the help of the scholars and books found only in the capital. So he was deeply disappointed when financial cutbacks back home not only stopped him from going to Ava, but also forced him to leave Rangoon. With a heart nearly broken, this wise and brave leader returned to Moulmein, after one last failed attempt to break through the strong resistance of Burman intolerance, all because of the cautious and narrow-minded decisions of his fellow workers in America. He wrote,
I am increasingly convinced that the Baptist churches in America are behind the times when it comes to missions. Every now and then, They make a sudden effort to get rid of a debt that has built up over several years, and then they fall back into a state of inaction. Then come the crippling orders to cut back. New mission work is shut down before it starts, and those who want to be missionaries are told to wait, only to end up staying in ministry at home. I saw several examples of this during my recent trip to the United States. This situation can't go on forever. Baptist missions may soon be taken over by other denominations or shut down for a time. Those who were once leading will fall behind. Like King Nebuchadnezzar, they will be driven away, made to live like animals until the time is complete. But eventually, they will come to their senses, be restored, and take their place again in leading the work across the earth.
2 years later, just a few months before his death, Mr. Judson was finally given permission by the board to go to Ava. But the permission came too late. The chance to enter the heart of Burma had passed, and a skilled Burmese scholar, formerly a priest in Ava, had already been found in Moulmein. After 6 months of hard work and hardship in Rangoon, Judson was forced to return to Moulmein. He arrived there with his family on September 5, 1847. During this time of setback, caused by the lack of action from Christians back home, it would have comforted him to know that the very place he had longed to reach would later become the home of a strong native church. A beautiful house of worship would be built there as his memorial in the heart of the Burman Empire at Mandalay, where the capital had been moved from Old Ava only a few miles away. His wife described his tireless efforts in a letter.
The good man works like a galley slave, and honestly it worries me at times. But he seems to thrive on it, so I try not to be concerned. He walks, or really runs, like a boy over the hills, a mile or two every morning. Then he dives into his books, scratching and puzzling away. When he gets stuck, he comes out to the veranda, with me by his side, and we walk and talk, canning, as the Burmese say, until the problem is solved. Then he goes back to work, and this goes on until 10 at night. It's the walking, I think, that keeps him out of the grave.
At the same time, he kept a general oversight of the mission work in Moulmein, naturally serving as a leader and source of inspiration. He preached now and then in the native chapel, at least one sermon every Lord's Day. And when his dear fellow missionary Mr. Haswell had to return to America for a short time due to poor health, Judson took full responsibility for the native church. Though Mr. Judson's literary and pastoral work was heavy, it was made lighter by the joys of family and friendship. Even at 60 years old, he had the lively heart of a young man. It has rightly been said that his spirit was deeply and unshakably youthful. He loved to play with his children and would go out early each morning to walk briskly through the dewy grass. In a life marked by sacrifice, he had found a lasting source of joy. As he faithfully walked the narrow path of duty, the fleeting pleasures that others chase had instead settled into his own heart. In contrast, the poet Byron, on his 39th birthday, wrote, "My days are in the yellow leaf, the flower and fruits of life are gone, the worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone." But Judson, on his deathbed, spoke very differently.
I suppose people think I'm an old man and believe it's easy for someone like me to give up a life full of hardships. But I'm not old. Not in that way. You know I'm not. Oh, no one ever left this world with more inviting prospects, with brighter hopes, or with warmer feelings. Warmer feelings.
We owe the following description of Mr. Judson's appearance at this time to Dr. Wayland's memoir. Dr. Judson was of medium height, slim but strongly built. In his youth, his skin was fair, but years in India had given him the pale tone common to that region. His hair, when he was last in America, was still a fine chestnut color, with hardly a trace of grey. His lively movements made him seem more like a man of 30 than one nearing 60. He carried himself with calm confidence, and his manners were described as truly refined, even by those who made social grace their chief aim in life. One reviewer wrote, "If you saw Judson during one of his early morning walks along the pagoda-topped hills of Moulmein, you might think him a bit below average height, with a slim build that didn't suggest great physical strength. His pace was steady and firm, but nothing about his appearance hinted at the endurance he had clearly shown. You would hardly guess that this was the same man who, on March 25, 1826, wrote,
"Through the kind interposition of our Heavenly Father, our lives have been preserved from the executioner and from several life-threatening illnesses during my long imprisonment of 1 year and 7 months, 9 months in 3 pairs of fetters, 2 months in 5, 6 months in 1, and 2 months under guard, but not confined."
Such sickness and chains would seem too much even for a stronger man. But if you met him face to face, or better, saw him enter a room and remove his hat, you would immediately notice eyes full of intelligence and a face alive with expression. You'd be struck by his head and face, which showed clearly that his strength came from within. It was the mind and spirit that shaped the man. The body was secondary, carried along by the fire of devotion that defined his nature. His conversation confirmed this impression. Wisdom and godliness guided his words, as one would expect, but they were also filled with a cheerful energy, showing a strong and lively spirit, though one carefully controlled. His wit was light-hearted and kind, free from cruelty, often coloured by a gentle humour like that of Cervantes, always warm, often brightening even the most ordinary subjects. To his fellow missionaries, Judson's deep experience and warm heart made him an irreplaceable counselor and friend. In times of trouble or grief, they knew they could turn to him for words of comfort and guidance. Despite the weight of his public duties and constant labor, he was never distant or withdrawn at home. His love for his children was strong and tender, clearly shown in the beautiful letters he wrote to his daughter Abby, who lived in Bradford at the old Hasseltine family home, and to his sons, Adoniram and Elnathan, who were studying in Worcester. The 2 young boys still living at home in Moulmein often had their father as an eager playmate. One of them fondly remembered how his father would come into his room in the morning and greet him with a treat of Burmese cake or with exciting news, like a rat caught in the trap during the night. In a letter to Mr. Stevens in Rangoon, he wrote,
"I have to hold a meeting with the rising generation every evening, and that takes time. Henry can recite Twinkle, Twinkle all by himself, and Edward can repeat it after his father. Giants of genius, paragons of learning."
On December 24, 1847, Emily Frances Judson was born in Moulmein. Her joyful mother wrote these tender and widely cherished verses to her newborn daughter.
My bird. Ere last year's moon had left the sky, a birdling sought my Indian nest, and folded, oh, so lovingly, her tiny wings upon my breast. From morn till evening's purple tinge, in winsome helplessness she lies. 2 rose leaves with a silken fringe shut softly on her starry eyes. There's not in Ind a lovelier bird. Broad earth owns not a happier nest. O God, thou hast a fountain stirred, whose waters nevermore shall rest. This beautiful mysterious thing, this seeming visitant from heaven, this bird with the immortal wing, to me thy hand hath given. The pulse first caught its tiny stroke, the blood its crimson hue from mine. This life which I have dared invoke, henceforth is parallel with thine. A silent awe is in my room, I tremble with delicious fear. The future with its light and gloom, time and eternity are here. Doubts, hopes, in eager tumult rise. Hear, O my God, one earnest prayer, room for my bird in paradise, and give her angel plumage there.
But dark shadows began to fall across the missionary's path. Not long after Emily's birth, Mrs. Judson's health began to noticeably decline, filling her husband with deep concern. Yet he did not imagine that he would pass through the valley of the shadow of death years before her. In November 1849, he was struck by the illness that after just over 4 months would end in his death. One night, while helping Mrs. Judson care for a child who had suddenly fallen ill, he caught a severe cold. It settled in his lungs, causing a violent cough and fever. After a few days, he was further afflicted with dysentery, and before that had passed, he was seized with congestive fever, a condition from which he never recovered. A journey down the coast of Mergui brought only partial relief. He tried the sea air at Amherst, but his condition worsened, and he soon returned to Moulmein. His final message to the board reads, Moulmein, February 21st, 1850, to the corresponding secretary.
My dear brother, I cannot manage a pen, so please excuse pencil. I have been prostrated with fever ever since the latter part of last November, and have suffered so much that I have frequently remarked that I was never ill in India before. Through the mercy of God, I think I am convalescent for the last 10 days, but the doctor and all my friends are very urgent that I should take a sea voyage of a month or 2, and be absent from here a long time. May God direct in the path of duty. My hand is failing, so I will beg to remain yours affectionately. A. Judson.
His only hope now rested in a long sea voyage. The ocean had always lifted his spirits, and the sea air had never failed to strengthen him. But it was a deep sorrow to leave behind his wife and children, knowing there was little chance he would ever see them again. Yet there was no other choice. A French ship, the Aristide Marie, was scheduled to leave Moulmein on April 3rd. The dying missionary was carried on board by his weeping Burmese disciples, accompanied only by Mr. Rowney from the Moulmein mission. Delays in sailing down the river cost several precious days, while his life was slipping away. The ship finally reached the open sea on Monday, April 8th, but then came opposing winds and heavy, stifling heat. After 4 days and nights of intense suffering, Adoniram Judson died on April 12, 1850. That same day, his body was buried in the sea, without a prayer. He died less than a week after parting from his wife. Nearly 4 months of painful silence passed before she learned of his death. The news came from Reverend Dr. Mackay, a Presbyterian minister in Calcutta. No one can measure the depth of her grief during those long, anxious months of waiting. On April 22nd, just 3 weeks after she said goodbye to her husband, and only 10 days after his body had been committed to the ocean, unknown to her, she gave birth to a second child, a son she named Charles after her father. But that same day, the child's spirit, as if unwilling to remain in a world so full of sorrow, went up to join his father in the paradise he had entered just before. Chapter 13. Posthumous Influence. Mr. Judson did not live to finish the Burmese dictionary. He completed the English to Burmese part, but the Burmese to English section remained unfinished. As he had requested shortly before his death, Mrs. Judson sent his manuscripts to his close friend and fellow missionary, Mr. Stevens, who then took on the task of completing the work. In the northern states, during the long winters, snow slowly gathers in the corners of a farmer's field. When spring comes and the sun warms the earth, the snowbank melts away, leaving behind a rich layer that nourishes the grass. In the same way, we now ask what lasting influence this great life, which we have tried to describe, left behind on human society. Mr. Judson achieved far more than he had ever dreamed as a young man. In the early years in Rangoon, when the great goal of bringing the gospel to Burma was just forming in his mind, even before Maung Nao, the first convert, was baptized, he was largely forgotten or pitied back home as a well-meaning dreamer. His highest hope then was to establish a church of 100 Burman believers and to translate the entire Bible into their language before he died. But much more was accomplished. In the 10 years at Rangoon, the 2 years in Ava, and the 23 years in Moulmein, his work grew far beyond his early vision. By the time of his death, more than 7,000 Burmans and Karens had been baptized as public believers in Christ. Hundreds more had died holding fast to the Christian faith. He had not only finished the Bible translation, but had completed most of the more difficult Burmese dictionary. At his death, there were 63 churches among the Burmans and Karens, served by 163 missionaries, native pastors, and helpers. He had built a foundation for Christianity deep in the hearts of the Burmese people, one that could not be erased. This achievement is even more remarkable when we remember that God's work often begins in quiet, unnoticed ways. Progress may seem slow or imperceptible at first, but once the foundation is laid, the pace can suddenly and dramatically quicken. It's like the changing of the seasons. Spring seems to hesitate as winter lingers, the ice refusing to melt. But then, almost without warning, the thaw comes. the rivers burst forth, rushing with a force that was building all along beneath the surface. Or consider autumn. The leaves, though lifeless, still cling to the branches for weeks, until one gusty day they all fall in a sudden sweeping cascade. An apple tree may spend the entire season laboring unseen, quietly drawing nourishment and forming fruit, yet the final ripening comes swiftly, transforming the fruit from firm and green to sweet and ready in a single day. So it is with the Lord's timing. What seems dormant is often preparing for acceleration. As Tennyson wrote of the lark, who rises slowly at first, and then, just as he reaches his home, shook his song together as he neared. His happy home, the ground. The burst of melody, like the sudden forward motion of God's work, comes not despite the waiting, but because of it. This is the pattern of nature, and it reminds us that although the fall of false religions may seem slow and hidden, the time will come when they collapse quickly. A whole nation may turn to God in a single day. As Scripture says, as the earth brings forth its bud, and as the garden causes the things that are sown in it to spring forth, so the Lord will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth before all nations. When 10,000 Telugus in India were baptized in a single year, did we not see the first light of such a great day?
We are living, we are dwelling in a time both great and grave, in an age whose voice is swelling, calling us to rise and brave. Listen, nations are awakening, Gog and Magog rise for war. Hear creation's cry and aching, longing for its final hour.
But Mr. Judson's calling was to labor during the difficult and hidden days of small beginnings. More than that, he brought the gospel not to a people like the Sandwich Islanders, who had no written language or complex religion, but to a culture already rich in ancient literature and deeply rooted in a long-standing religious system, Buddhism, which now counts 1/3 of the world's population among its followers. When we consider these facts, the visible results of his life's work seem astonishing. Yet even these results are only a portion of what he truly accomplished. Though dead, he still speaks. The Roman Church tells an old legend that John, the beloved disciple, never truly died but sleeps, gently stirring the earth with his breath until Christ returns. In a way, this is true of every great man. A saint cannot be buried so deep that he does not move those who walk above his grave. The great changes in society are often stirred by the influence of those who now lie in the dust. Mr. Judson's early actions, along with his fellow students at Andover, led to the creation of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. This organization, supported by the Congregationalists of America, can rightly be called the mother of American foreign missionary societies. It was formed to support a few young men in the work God had called them to do. As Emerson once said, institutions are the extended shadows of individual men. Societies do not give rise to great people give birth to societies. These organizations are simply tools through which Christians at home can provide for those missionaries abroad who are spending their lives feeding the spiritually hungry with the bread of life. In 1892, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions received and used $841,000. It was actively carrying out missionary work in Africa, Turkey, India, China, Japan, Micronesia, the Hawaiian Islands, Mexico, Spain, and Austria. Across these regions, it had 444 churches, 41,522 members, and 3,298 missionaries, native pastors, teachers, and helpers. Mr. Judson's change in beliefs about baptism led quickly to the formation of a new Baptist missionary organization, now called the American Baptist Missionary Union. In the year ending May 1st, 1893, this society received $766,782.95 from Baptists in the United States to support the spread of the gospel among the nations. The union was working in Burma, Siam, India, China, Japan, Africa, and parts of Europe. In 1893, it reported 1,531 churches, over 169,000 members, 85,684 Sunday school students, and 2,070 preachers. A few years after Mr. Judson left America and the two missionary societies were formed, the Episcopal and Methodist churches also began their own foreign mission work. For many years, the Presbyterians had supported missions through the American Board alongside the Congregationalists, but in 1836 they established their own organization, now known as the Board of Foreign Missions of the Presbyterian Church. By 1893, this board was working in Syria, Persia, Japan, China, Siam, India, Africa, South America, Central America, and Mexico, spending $1,063,645.65. It supported 2,270 missionaries and lay workers, and reported 398 churches with 31,324 members and 28,983 students in native schools. All these strong missionary societies, backed by the faith and giving of American churches, and now pushing against the darkness of heathenism in many parts of the world, always remember Adoniram Judson when they tell their story. His life is one of the early springs from which these streams of blessing have flowed, bringing life and growth to the spiritual deserts of the world. And in lands beyond America, Mr. Judson's life of courageous service and suffering has inspired churches of many different traditions. His influence has not been limited to foreign missions alone. The work of reaching the heathen abroad naturally stirs the hearts of Christians at home, urging them to care for the lost near them. The missionary spirit is one and the same. Whether it reaches across oceans, moves across western plains, or enters the crowded streets of our cities. A zeal that burns for the salvation of multitudes in China and Africa will surely fuel faithful work in local missions as well. A rifle that hits its mark at 1,000 yards will not miss when aimed at close range. It is fitting, then, that a monument to Adoniram Judson should stand in New York, symbolizing the shared purpose of foreign missions, home missions, and city missions. There are few missionaries who have gone out from America who do not owe something to Mr. Judson, whether in method or in inspiration. The writer vividly remembers an event in Saratoga in May 1880, when the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church was meeting. Dr. Jessup, a respected missionary to Syria, had been chosen as moderator. After the assembly, he visited a Baptist convention also meeting in Saratoga. He was invited to speak as a guest of honor. The room fell silent as the seasoned missionary rose and passionately encouraged continued missionary work. He ended with these words, that when he entered heaven, the first hand he wished to shake, after the Apostle Paul's, was Adoniram Judson's. A life that fully reflects Christ's call to self-denial becomes a powerful example. No one can look at such a life without feeling convicted of their own selfishness and the emptiness of a life lived only for this world. A New York merchant once read Wayland's Life of Judson as a boy. After finishing the book, he walked out into the green meadow of his father's farm and gave his life to God's service. How many unseen hearts have been drawn to Christ through the same influence? How many have been stirred from selfishness, lifted toward deeper Christian living, inspired by the example of one whose longing for holiness shines in the threefold cord? Oh, that some young man, reading this very story, would offer his life, fresh and strong, on the altar of God, becoming like Paul, a chosen vessel to carry Christ's name to the nations, to rulers, and to the children of Israel. The memory of Mr. Judson's suffering in Ava will forever strengthen missionary commitment. At the time, his suffering seemed pointless. Even he said it had served no great missionary purpose unless it had quietly prepared them spiritually for future usefulness. But the image of our missionary lying in a prison in the East, his ankles weighed down with 5 sets of irons, and his brave wife caring for him like an angel through months of pain, has left a deep mark on the heart of the Christian world. It has made turning away from the missionary cause unthinkable. God's law seems to be that progress comes through suffering. Those who have blessed the world have often been the ones who suffered most. They have, throughout history, been crucified and burned. It appears to be a divine rule that those who give out roses must also feel their thorns. The suffering in Mr. Judson's life was as full of blessing as his hard work. The graves of the faithful who have died for Christ forbid any retreat from the front lines of heathenism. It is said that after the death of the Scottish hero Bruce, his heart was embalmed and placed in a silver casket. When his descendants launched a final desperate charge against the tightly packed ranks of the Saracens, their leader hurled the casket into the midst of the enemy, shouting, "Forward, heart of Bruce!" The Scots, driven by the memory of their fallen king, charged with unstoppable force to recover his heart. In the same way, brave men have entered deep into the darkness of heathen lands and fallen there. But Christianity will never retreat from where its heroes have died. When England saw a marble stone laid in Westminster Abbey bearing the words, "Brought by faithful hands, over land and sea, David Livingstone, missionary, traveller, philanthropist," it stirred the nation to pursue Africa with renewed resolve. Until the day comes when every knee bows and every tongue confesses the name of Jesus, Christians will continue to draw strength from the memory of those who were laid to rest under the hopia tree at Amherst, on the rocky shore of St. Helena, and beneath the restless waves of the Indian Ocean. You have finished listening to Adoniram Judson, a brief biography by his son. You can also listen to Lives of the Three Mrs. Judsons, Missionaries to Burma, on scrollreader.com.